Hello. It's Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know why Calico was instructed to say Dino Rangers lyrics, but apparently that happened. But yeah, hello. Yeah, this is the last thing we can do in Final Fantasy XIV right now. The 6.5 main story. Technically, we could do parts of things, but we can't complete the other remaining quest lines until the patch, and we can't do the 6.55 main story because it's not that patch yet. Meaning that this is the last Sucrose stream until that patch, and also this is the last stream of the year? So that's something. Also, I have a new keyboard and I can't make the scroll lock button work, so you have to look at the UI. Camera position set. What does that even mean? That's a keybind? Oh, that's not the... See, scroll lock is on shift home on this keyboard. It's odd. Anyways. Yeah, the apparent hint will be in here somewhere. I think I already know what it is because I looked at the internet foolishly at some point. But yeah, we'll get there when we get there. And to get there, we need to go there. Hopefully I'll be able to, like, do this stream properly. Dealing with chronic health and such lately as usual. Which is why it's been 10 days since the last one. And that and, like, pain stuff. But I think my hands and such are feeling okay. They were hurting before. I've got yet another copy of the controller that I preferred, which will probably start breaking by the end of the stream or something, knowing these. But it's at least semi-comfortable. I need to look into controllers more the next time one of these breaks, probably. They're kind of a crapshoot. Anyway. Y'shtola found an orb. Apparently. Ah, Sucro, I was about to call for you. There have been developments concerning the Void Gate that I would discuss with everyone. Coincidentally, I am told Y'shtola will be returning shortly. I dare to hope she has made some progress in devising a way to harness the First's light. Come, let us await the others in my chambers. Right, that's what we were gonna do. We were gonna go to the First and use the light to defeat the darkness, and so on. Well, Y'shtola found a box, too. A box and an orb? That's like 2 shapes. My apologies for the delay. Think nothing of it. I pray thou art come with glad tidings. With findings well worth many sleepless nights, I'm pleased to report. Y'shtola take a nap. You may leave it here, thank you. Nod. It bears the sigil and signature colors of the Ironworks, so that's something probably relevant. Eager though I am to hear the details, I must first share tidings of my own. Grave ones. Urianger hath sent word from the Void Gate in Mare Lamentorum. The situation is precarious. Uh-oh. They continue to rely upon the brands to contain the forces which would otherwise flow freely into the source. Yet though these measures were sufficient to imprison a fragment of Zodiac for eons, against our enemies' determined onslaught they are degrading at an unsettling rate. Well, the Loborates are sparing no effort to sustain the brands, but 'tis only a matter of time ere they fail. Gasp. Time to go shoot Zeromus with lasers. Or Zeromus, I mean, is how they said it. Unless we act soon, there shall be no stopping Golbez from realizing his ambition. Thinking. That Zeromus should test the seal even when not at full strength is every bit as terrible as we feared. It's okay, this is only the first form of Zeromus, which doesn't act until you use the crystal. It just wiggles. Aye, we must needs vanquish it, to which end we require a means to pierce its dark shroud. So, did you find it? A way to bring resplendent light to bear against our foe? Justinian is here too. As a matter of fact, I have. The theory was simple. We harness light from the first and channel it to the 13th. Such a feat would require us to manipulate vast amounts of energy, to say the least. Well, you've got a very cool box. Full of orbs, I see. And so I consulted Sid and his fellows, who rose to the challenge and produced bespoke devices. Ether transmitters. Wow, GameCube games. So, you like to play Super Mario Sunshine? These marvelous contraptions can be placed at locations of our choosing to facilitate the flow of ether. In other words, we can use them to create ethereal currents. That such a thing should be possible. We shall first direct ether from Nabatha-Reng, where the flood of light was halted, into the Crystal Tower. We all know from personal experience the wonders of which it is capable, wonders which suit our needs perfectly. I should mention that the knowledge Grahatia acquired from the Archmagus Noah was also a source of inspiration. Is this here because we've looked at the deep dungeon? Or is this just a thing that happened anyway? Ah, it is. Neat. Orb placed. Now kick it. Like a soccer ball. Or a football. Depending on your interpretation of the word soccer. Okay, it's also like a funny lamppost now. Okay, these are the items you string along as you leave your base so that you have a steady supply of oxygen. Once we've infused the crystal tower with sufficient ether, we shall send it into the rift. And the ether transmitters shall guide the energy into the 13th, like so. They're also very noisy. In this way, we shall have a lance of light with which to pierce the shield of darkness. Gasp. Or so I hope. No tests we performed were close to the scale of what we ultimately seek to achieve. I cannot guarantee success. With such great minds on our side, how could we possibly fail? Or it would hardly be the first time we played it by ear. Well, if we have to improvise, it wouldn't be the first time. True enough, but that's not a point of pride for me personally. Science and theory aside, we need to place one or more of these transmitters in the first, I take it? Nod. A task we must entrust to you, Sucro. Rest assured I will provide you with what support I can. Determined. I wish to go as well. Can you? This world that brought you back from the brink. I would see it with my own eyes. Or that you brought back from the brink. Very different. But how dost thou intend to make the journey? In a spirit vessel. That's how you and yours managed it, yes? Blink. Void Scent Summoning also sees the soul separated from the flesh. This separation I can do at will. The principles are similar enough. If you aren't averse to traveling with company, I should be glad to lend Zero my vessel. Apparently, it's pretty normal, yeah. Nod. Hat tip. Hat tip counter for this patch 1. I should have counted earlier. Then it's settled. I shall finish preparing the transmitters and help Zero transfer her soul. And then help Zero transfer her soul. I didn't see her smile. I noticed Sucro smiled when she nodded, but I didn't notice that Zero smiled. Pray see to your own preparations, and then let us reconvene at Megaduta. Nod. If Zero meets Gaia, Gaia's gonna be like, yo, sick aesthetic. Except in a more Gaia-like way. Which I guess is probably nodding. And saying cool outfit, maybe. I think I know that Rin and Gaia are in here somewhere. Again, from the internet. Probably the patch notes or something that time. I'm not sure. For a moment I misunderstood and thought Y'shtola was proposing that Zero borrow her body, which would have been odd. Yeah, that would have been weird. Do they have a deep connection to that? I mean, I guess with the... Well, maybe? I don't know. Y'shtola will be along after she has seen to Zero's soul. Let us await her here. Hello, and welcome. I forgot to say welcome earlier to those who were here already. Apologies for the wait. But yeah, welcome to the last Sucro stream until the patch, and the last me streaming until next year probably, because it's the 29th. Everything went smoothly. Zero's soul is now safely within the spirit vessel. I shall have the alchemists attend her body until she returns. Nod. The vessel I place in your care, along with the transmitters and a set of garments for Zero. Wait. Does she need those? I figured that they just sort of manifested with garments included when they were transported in this way. They being people in general. Because it's like a spirit thing, so like you don't need physical whatever. Not important. Just in case, I guess that's fair. I've also included instructions on how to operate the Crystal Tower, courtesy of Grahatia. Can't we just call him Graha or Raha? at this point? Do we need to include the Tia? While you're away, I'll join Urianger and the Loporits on the moon. They'll need help should the brands fall. A fine idea. For my part, I shall continue to coordinate our efforts while I recover from my wounds. Another thing I'm thinking about is Vritra speaks very differently from Varshan, even though Varshan is Vritra. I wonder if there's any specific reason for that or not. Just keeping up the act for that long just because he feels like it? I don't know. Given the task at hand, I suggest you speak with Reen. With her power over light, she is bound to be helpful in our efforts. But ere you do that or aught else, seek out Beklug. As the first foremost authority on soulcraft, they should be able to grant Zero a corporeal form. As I recall, the old Numo was rather fond of the Cabinet of Curiosity, so that should be your first stop. That's true. That's probably more likely what it is, like the different languages and whatnot. That's also possibly true. Some people call him Raha, but only like people that he knew prior to the 1-year time bubble of Final Fantasy XIV, I guess. Because according to the time bubble, we've known Graha for like a day or something, probably. That's all from me. Go forth, Warrior of Darkness, and make your triumphant return to the First. Nod. Imagine if the lyric in the Dawn Trail trailer, "No More Once Upon a Time," is alluding to the fact that we have to stop the time bubble and allow time to move forward because everyone finally realizes that everything happening in the span of a year makes no sense. In reality, I think the time bubble is mostly a handwave thing you're not supposed to think about. But it's funny to imagine that they would suddenly make it important. Clearly the final boss of Dawn Trail is Ultimecia doing time compression. I don't know how we get to Ultimecia time compression from going on a funny vacation and then being split into 2 factions under an undisclosed argument. Ah, right. Apparently there was also a line when Tataru hands you the Endless Codex that says it describes, or where she says it describes, like, the better half of the last decade, but there is some historical stuff in there that was pre-game events, I think. So I'm not sure what that means for the timeline at all. But there are multiple references to people saying it's been 5 years since the calamity and all that as well. I don't know why I thought they would be over here at the market board. That's not right. They're, in the other direction, somewhere. They're up here. They're close to it. It's been a bit since I've been here. Hey, what's up? What? With our methods, we can barely maintain a faint connection to the 13th. But you say that you've journeyed there? Incredible. Such drive Arcania Stola must have to uncover the secrets of cross-rift travel, and to conceive of creating an artificial Atomos could only be described as inspired. Suffice it to say, I should like nothing more than to join you on your future forays, but I will abide in patience for now. You already have a capable guide at your disposal, and my presence would be extraneous. Besides, there are certain tasks that require me to be here in the First. For one, I wish to learn more about the approach used to revive the empty. 'Tis my hope that the self-same can be applied in the 13th, and to that end I have arranged to meet with those involved. At loose ends, are you? you're welcome to loiter about here, if you intend to spend some coin while you're at it. Not that I'm not grateful for the business you brought in, mind. I think this is old dialogue. The hunters are here even more often now that they're working together, and their accounts never go unsettled for long. They're a pain in the arse to serve, of course. Maybe I'll drop your name next time I need them to behave. Still, it's nice to feel like something grand is in motion again. Perhaps Ardbert rubbed off on me more than I anticipated. Ah, there it is. I went to the 13th. What? Not only did you travel to the 13th, you encountered a Memoriate besides? Wicked White, that's nothing short of a miracle. I used to be a Memoriate myself, but I lost my powers when the Ascians plucked me out of the void. It's astounding to think that this Zero managed to survive with hers all this time. Though she claims to have no desire to save our world, as a compatriot I should still be keen to meet her. There's only so many of us left after all, those who haven't completely lost themselves. Also, I know full well that you and yours have your own objective in the 13th. But should you discover aught that might lead to its restoration, I'd thank you to share it with me. Yeah, that's kind of what the, that's the feeling I got from if you find more, please tell me. So that's cool. I'm glad that they have something to say about all this. Ooh. Turned around. What's up, Becklug? Is that you, Sucro? What brings you back across the rift? Honestly, first you asked me to extract another soul from a spirit vessel. Which, presumably, this dialogue wouldn't exist if you hadn't brought Unukalhai here. Unukalhai, I forget how you say it. And then you tell me you have designs to channel light to the void? Wicked White, Sucro, is nothing ever simple with you? I suppose some people can't help but find themselves at the center of world-changing events. Very well, if your home is in peril, then I shall do all in my power to aid you. And if it helps Unukalhai with his work, all the better. While I tend to your companion, you should go and speak with Reen. By all accounts, she practically lives at the Hortorium these days. I will look for you there once I've finished. Like I said, you'll most likely find Reen at the Hortorium. Run along for now. It's nice to see Reen again as well. One of the many characters I was referring to when I said something about Final Fantasy XIV being about adopting children or whatever. But yeah, I'm pretty sure some of that dialogue reflects that we did like the void quests or whatever they're called. Unukalhai being here and all that. So that's cool. This patch is doing a lot of acknowledging of other things that I've done so far.
Restoring the elements to the empty may allow life to flourish there once more.
That's what we're hoping for. And then she trips and falls in the water.
But that isn't enough to return the environment to the way it was. No, we need to gradually reintroduce life, beginning with plants.
That's true. Thinking about plants. New
Not
job
just any
confirmed to be
plants, though,
druid.
but those that won't be a burden on a weakened land.
Plant master. Thinking about plants.
Such as...
This would be a job for farm knowledge. Sucro would be uniquely qualified for this, maybe. You've become quite the scholar, or I see you've taken an interest in gardening, or how about coffee plants? This is either... is this a joke about the coffee biscuits? Probably. But also in the back of my mind, I'm like, Sucro is a Stardew Valley player who values efficiency. How about coffee plants? I don't know if that's actually a good suggestion, but Sucro is Sucro.
Coffee. If I recall correctly, it thrives in warm climates with cooler nights to promote growth.
Maybe it is an actually good suggestion, so this is both a silly thing to say and also like farm knowledge. Or knowledge parentheses farming.
Yes. Yes, that might be suitable. And with a good harvest, we could set some aside for coffee biscuits.
She loves those coffee biscuits. The expressiveness of Reen in this scene is pretty good so far too. Howdy. Greeting.
It seems you caught me rambling to myself. How embarrassing.
Nah, I do that all the time, it's fine.
I've been studying botany, you see. Hoping that the knowledge would help our work in the empty. But never mind that for now. What brings you to the Crystarium? It was my understanding that the final days were behind us.
That might be true, but the newer, more final days are going to happen if I don't stop it. Explaining. Postscript days, the epilogue days, final days too.
You wish to combat this otherworldly threat with the power of light?
That about sums it up.
Please, let me help.
Gladly.
Though
You're
I've
like
lost
the light
my connection
master.
to Hydaelyn, I can still manipulate light to a degree. If there is a chance I could save others with that power, then I have to try.
Smile, nod. Gasp. Zero's here.
'Tis done. Zero is now with us in the flesh.
Well, in a manner of speaking. Nod.
The spirit vessel I shall hold on to for operating the tower.
Nod. Wait,
This will help me to make sense of the controls, will it?
tiny piece of paper. Unfortunately, my scroll lock button doesn't work, but I can still take a screenshot. Becklug looking at the tiniest piece of paper is funny to me. Did we have to write all of the controls in like ultra fine print? Was that a requirement? Is it easier to transport smaller pieces of paper to the first or something?
There's a levity in his words that wasn't there before. It heartens me to know he is well.
Oh, Graha. I guess, does Graha just write really small?
I shall see to the preparations as per his instructions.
My thanks for your help.
Think nothing of it. That said, 'tis customary that my kind receive fitting payment for services rendered.
I did not even stop to consider the parallels between Voights and Numo in terms of culture until this text box.
Not unlike we void sent then. In that case, you may devour some of my ether.
Are you mad? I'll do no such thing. The very suggestion is absurd.
Zero reaction
Now,
face.
let's calm down. We all have our preferences, and I'm sure no offense was intended.
Rena's so animated in this scene, it's strange to me. It fits for her to be animated, I think.
I shall attend to the tower now. The rest, I leave to you.
I say that, of course, and she's stuck in this pose now. Building up power. Yeah, she got the animation boost. It's not so much it's odd that Reen is doing it, it's odd that there's the animation boost again, suddenly. Because it seems so inconsistent and sporadic, which is probably basically the same thing. But I am always still surprised by it. Nod. Reen, are you gonna keep holding that pose for... Okay, there you go.
Zero, was it? My name is Reen. It's a pleasure to meet you.
That is also true. With holding a pose being animated. Nod.
This world isn't what I expected. While light is indeed strong here, it's not pervasive or overwhelming. Everything looks much as it does in the source.
Yeah, it's kind of similar. Nod.
We have the Warrior of Darkness to thank for that. If you're interested, I would be glad to show you around.
Nod. Ah, the montage. Wait, they do have chocobos here? I forgot about that. They're just not the main transportation bird. Companion bird. That's the Crystal Tower. I don't know why I said that.
Just an ordinary sky. Ordinary and beautiful. To think that after so much loss, they could reclaim this.
Growing light. Or grow and lie, because I'm in the way again. Dang it, I didn't press the screenshot button. We restored peace to the world, and I want to ensure that peace is preserved. That's why I'm learning everything I can. Good for you, Reen. It does sound like a lakeland. I've heard something of your deeds here, of how the Warrior of Darkness fought on, despite light ravaging her very being. Had I the self-same strength of spirit, perhaps I could have done more for my world. Hey, you tried. No, it isn't over yet. The 13th isn't beyond saving. That's why we're here. So where to? Just lead the way. Reen has been added to the Codex. I see they use aetherites here as well. Not that I'll be able to, having not attuned to any. I trust you're willing to walk with me. Reen's entry in the Codex is important to read. Alright, I'll look at it. Let's head for Nabatharang. Since Zero can't teleport to the aetherite there, we should probably travel by Amaro. Nod. Hey, Lena. Ah, there you are. Thank goodness I'm not too late. I knew it was you as soon as the Crystarium armor was here because you're the most important person who wears that. Lena, I take it Beck Luke told you why she's here? More or less. Greetings and welcome. I am Lena, captain of the guard here at the Crystarium. Zero. Is there something you require? When I learned of your plan to gather light at the Crystal Tower, I felt compelled to warn you of the potential repercussions. I know well that you would never use the tower for ill, nor without due caution. Even so, I believe I understand. Ever since the flood, light has been a source of pain and misery. Some fear it still, no doubt. Which is to say that some would be uncomfortable at the sight of it wielded as we intend. That is your concern, is it not? Hey, it's a repeat of the Tower of Babel. Or a parallel would be a more apt way to describe it, but that makes sense, probably. Precisely. It was light that nearly consumed our world. To use the Crystal Tower to harness this destructive force risks turning the tower into an object of fear. You may convince the Crystarium of the necessity of your cause, but it will not be so easy to win over those outside our walls. I think it's reasonable to be concerned about a tower firing a laser at the moon, to be fair. I worry this will undermine the fragile trust that we have only begun to build with some communities. They may misunderstand your intentions. Tell me who they are and what misunderstandings they may have. I shall allay their concerns. Nod. Sucro and I will go with her. People know us. Our presence will put them at ease. Gasp. Thank you. I realize that this will delay the execution of your plans, but I see no other way. As for where to begin, I dare say Yulmore would be as good a place as any. Though ours is an amicable relationship now, we were at odds for long years. Yulmore was once ruled by a tyrant who wielded the power of light. Though he promised salvation, in truth he made slaves of his subjects and sought to destroy any who defied him. He's gone now, thankfully, and a good man named Chai Nuz was elected mayor. Relations between our cities have improved much since then. Even so, there's a lingering rivalry between us. If the Crystarium were to harness light without warning, some Yulmorans might suspect we have ulterior motives. Thus, would it be prudent to give them prior notice? If you explain that you seek to save the Warrior of Darkness's home, though, I should hope that they would give you their blessing. Once again, yours is a name that commands respect and trust in the domain of your former enemies, as it does in Garlemald. Smile. Slightly. Where else should we visit? After Yulmore, I would suggest the Raktika Greatwood. There you will find the Knights Blessed, a small collective which worships darkness, as well as the Vis, guardians of the secrets of ancient Ronga. The Vis are insular and will likely not object unless the light encroaches upon their territory. The Knights Blessed, on the other hand, would greatly benefit from your assurances that your actions will not adversely affect their lives. People who worship darkness, fitting for a world all but consumed by light. Very well. We will treat with the people of Yulemoor and the Knights Blessed. Nod. Here, take these whisper wheats. I will let you know when all is in readiness with the tower. Right. Link Pearl, but it's grass. I forgot. Right then, I should tend to my own tasks. Explaining the situation to the people of the Crystarium and arranging your transmitters to be placed here in Batharang. We're truly grateful. Thank you, Lena. Salute. Lena is going to be added to the Endless Codex in a couple minutes, probably. Come, let's head to Yulemoor. Hopefully Chai-Nuz will know how best to present our plan to everyone. How much of this chapter exists entirely to fill out the Endless Codex with the Shadowbringers cast? In a way that makes sense, instead of just arbitrarily giving you entries for them. I guess that's probably not the entire reason that it exists. Oh, we didn't get Lena in the Codex. That'll be later then. So anyway, it's important to read Reen, apparently. This young maiden of the First fought the Sin Eaters alongside the Warrior of Darkness and played an instrumental role in restoring the night to Norvrant. Oh! Reen Waters. Oh! That's really good. Officially adopted. We probably don't need to read the actual entry then, because that's mostly a recap of what we know, unless... The sky never fails to remind her of journeys past as well as her family, whose love she feels no matter the distance between them. That's good. From the man who was her father in all the ways that mattered, she received the name by which she is now known. That's also good. No mention of Eden or Gaia in there. Maybe that'll be later if she shows up. Anyway. Thank you for pointing that out. Her being Reen Waters is really good. Sorry, Sucro got distracted and wanted to splash in the fountain. Totally not me. Totally Sucro. Oh yeah, Rendon. Greetings, Warrior of Darkness. We've come out of concern for our esteemed mayor. Fear not, he runs the city well, and as ever prefers to work closely with the people, the better to hear their voice. Hey, Dulia. Sucro! Reen! Oh, what a wonderful surprise this is, and you've even brought a new friend. This is the great and powerful leader of Yulemoor. He must be possessed of subtle qualities that make him uniquely suited to the position. Zero be nice. Puffin stopped flying directly in Reen's face. Look, Dulia Chai and Rendon are here too. Between the three of them, we should be able to get some good advice. Good gods, if it isn't Sucro! To what do we owe the pleasure? Not another world-ending threat, surely not. Surely not. We're planning a grand undertaking that may be of concern to the people of Yulemoor, or there's a sensitive matter about which we thought it best to consult the city's esteemed mayor. We're planning something that we need people to know about in advance. Ah, and you wish to consult with me before making your plans known to the populace? Very well. What exactly did you have in mind? Well, we're gonna shoot a giant laser made of what killed the world to save a different world. People might be a little bit weirded out by that, but we kinda gotta. Gathering light with the crystal tower, you say? I would be lying if I said that doesn't bring back unpleasant memories, and I believe I speak for most Yulmorans. Nod. We can hardly blame you. We have no reason to question your motives, of course, neither yours nor those of the Crystarium's leadership. A world engulfed in darkness, its corrupted inhabitants attempting to invade your own. It's rather a lot to process, but the desire to save one's home is something anyone can understand. I'm touched that you show such concern for our feelings despite the gravity of your plight. Very well, you have my support. As if there was ever any doubt. Right, let's gather the people at once. An explanation from you ought to ensure everyone understands. Not so fast, dearest. If I were to reveal everything at this juncture, many would be deeply unsettled, regardless of any assurances I offered. No, we need to first set the stage. Spread word of the Warrior of Darkness's plight, that she's on a mission to save her world as she once did ours. Once the tale is common knowledge, I shall call an assembly and explain the need to harness the power of light to a populace far more amenable to the idea. Amenable. Both of those are probably fine. To that end, might I trouble you to speak with our citizens about your predicament? It would be more effective to hear the details from the hero herself, more likely to inspire solidarity for your cause. I thought people still didn't really know that Sucro was the Warrior of Darkness, but I guess it probably spread. So we appeal to the desire to aid the Warrior of Darkness to present light in a more positive light. Well played, Master Chai. Nod. If it's best that you do the talking, then we'll come with you. Fine by me. I'm content to observe. Yeah, that does sound like Graha. For that matter, they probably all knew that he was a catboy this whole time. Once you finish your rounds, I ask that you report to me. I should like to know how the people react. Nod. Lead the way, Sucro. We'll be right behind you. Okay, it's very funny for them to say lead the way and then to leave off screen first. Maybe not very funny, but at least a little bit funny. I'm acutely aware of my limitations and know that I'm not the most persuasive speaker, thank you. We should do our utmost to make the people more receptive before I address them. The people of Yulmore have tremendous faith in both you and Master Chai. They would not still be here otherwise, I myself included. So Zero can travel here freely like you. Would that Alphino could do the same. I miss him dearly. I'm sure that's on our list of things to figure out. I mean, it literally is. We'll get there eventually. While Lena and Master Chai couldn't be more different, they're both mindful of how their actions affect others. They're both good leaders, and there's much I hope to learn from them. From that conversation alone, I could see how much the people here trust you. Thanks to Euless and Thancred, I have grown better at recognizing it. What? You met Thancred too? I mean, right, of course you have. I don't know why I said that. Right, let's find some citizens to speak with. I suggest we start here in the canopy before heading down to the understory and then the derelicts. Zero and Reen are now accompanying you. Though the Crystarium is my home now, I still visit Yulmore on occasion together with Gaia. And each time I'm here, I can feel that the city has changed. The mood is brighter, and the people happier. We can't allow all that hard-won progress to be undone. Let's do our best to reassure everyone. Gaia mentioned... Pew, pew, pew... air horn... A tower growing more decadent as it rises, set upon an island, an isolated sliver of land. reminiscent of a void-sent domain. Built by those who yearned for better times, who ached for the shadow of a memory. Yet I saw no such desperation in the Crystarium. Despite their shared tragedy, the two cities couldn't feel more different. Okay, that's a cool observation to throw in incidental dialogue. Zero being like, Yulmore seems an awful lot like a freaking void-sent domain, yeah? That's paraphrasing, of course. I've been reading about the domains of dread in the Ravenloft setting, Sucro. Ah, right, we're here. Forgot about this room. I used to live for the moment, not caring what might happen on the morrow. Now that we have peace, I find myself thinking about the future and feeling anxious. By the way, we're gonna shoot a giant laser. What? Your home is threatened with destruction? Wicked White, why are you wasting time in a drinking hole? Ugh, but as I say it, I feel the sting of hypocrisy. Gods, I need to take control of my life. Need to face my troubles head on, and the same goes for you. Sort of person who makes pudding at 3 in the morning. Well, what... Reen, cover your eyes. You're too young. Discuss the beehive if we must. Tancred once told me that people come to these places to savor some memories and drown the others. I imagine the beehive was built primarily to help Yulmorans forget about sin eaters, if only for a time. Now they can simply enjoy themselves. I can see the appeal, but don't worry. I know I'm still a bit too young for it. Reen, don't drink or be in this room, please. Reen, you are a baby. You must be protected. What do you think, Zero? A tavern, and an extravagant one at that. But those dancers engage with the poles in such strange ways. Are they pantomiming a battle? A soldier thrusting their spear into the ground and using it to launch themselves at an enemy, perhaps? Given this world's violent history, it makes sense that displays of martial prowess would become popular entertainment. Thank you, Zero. Blah! Jump scared by the Yulmore daytime theme. I was legitimately surprised by Yulmore.wave. That was kind of silly. I'm glad that Zero can use the mini aetheryte, at least, to some degree. Right, we're going this way instead. Ah, but there's also... Okay, the optional talking locations are right next to objectives, so they're not... They might be difficult to miss, is what I'm trying to say. Ah, I went down too far, actually. Because that is marking like the jail area. Oops. Apparently there's chickens eating pebbles being observed by a tiny child over here. I don't think chickens are included in the list of birds that do that, but there are creatures that eat rocks to aid digestion. I don't know if chickens do this. Hey, what's up? Well now, the Warrior of Darkness and the Oracle of Light both. How may I be of service? Your enemies plot to invade your world. Having heard tales of sin eaters ravaging countless villages, your plight feels all too familiar. Come what may, I urge you to remain strong. You overcame the Light Wardens. You can overcome any adversity. And for what it's worth, I'm sure everyone here would be willing to help in whatever way we can.
As they forage, chickens naturally consume small pieces of rock, grit and/or gravel, and those pieces lodge in their gizzard, where they chew up the seeds, grains, bugs, and grasses that they eat. The grit grinds their food the way molars grind our food.
Okay, yeah. So chickens are included in the list of creatures that do this. It wouldn't be the first Chocobo to gain job levels, but I don't know how Chocobo Mystery's done. I don't know how Chocobo Von Mystery Dungeon did that. When Vothri tried to keep us out of the city, many free citizens died in the chaos. Some had no kin to inherit their wealth, and so Yulmore decided to use it to help fund the reconstruction of the derelicts. It's part of a greater effort to improve the living conditions down here, which is important since there's simply not enough room for everyone in the city proper. That thing there cleaning up the debris. For a moment, I thought it might be a void scent. In case you didn't know, it's not uncommon for our kind to use statues as vessels. Yeah, I remember the gargoyles. But I see now it's more akin to the mechanical soldiers used by the Garleans. They come in all shapes and sizes, don't they? You're the Warrior of Darkness. I never dreamed I'd have the honor. But why are you in Yulmore, if I may ask? Your home is in danger and you've come seeking help. If there's anything we can do for you, you need only ask. Things could be better here, of course, and we've got a long road ahead of us. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you and yours, and we'll never forget that. There's still a unlocking stuff quest over there because I didn't unlock the Earth, Sky, Sea equivalent at any point, I guess. Probably. The people know and respect you, Sucro. I've no doubt that everyone will rally around you in your hour of need. Spoken with the people, have you? Well, they're not without their worries. I'd like to think that on the whole, they're not as prone to melancholy as they once were. So the people are of one mind in their desire to help. Good, good. Why, just earlier I overheard a conversation about how the Warrior of Darkness is seeking to save their home. Your tale is spreading quickly. Then the plan is unfolded precisely as you envisioned. All that remains, then, is to assemble the citizens and explain Sucro's need to gather light. For better or worse, I'm the mayor of this city. I'll do my best to win them over. Smile. Wait, aren't you... Questioning Hentel? Yes, you're her, the young lady who saved me from Vothri. I'd eaten enough meal to fall under his control, but you cured me. I wouldn't be alive today if not for you. Oh, I remember you too. I'm glad to see you're doing well. I only learned later that it was the Oracle of Light herself who saved me, saved all of us. I didn't know if I'd ever get the chance to express my gratitude. I'm sure it was nothing for someone with your power, but thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Bow. What is this meal? It was people. It was real bad. Food made from the light-tainted flesh of sin-eaters, you say? I see. The more they ate, the more the light's corruption spread. Right, and because of that, they became susceptible to Valthry's commands, as he could make the Sin Eaters do his bidding. Showing Zero around on the first also feels like they're recapping information, but I don't know how this information could prove to be relevant right now. So it's an interesting storytelling choice. It makes sense to explain it to Zero. But from an outside, like, storytelling perspective, I don't know why we need Mail explained again. For example. Thankfully, I was able to suppress Light's influence and free everyone from his control. There seems to be no lingering effects. You say that as if it were some small feat. I've seen countless souls corrupted by darkness. Someone with the power to heal them would be regarded as a great figure and never know peace. Nod. My gift has been a burden. Many have suffered for it, died for it. There were times when I wished I didn't have it, and I wanted to run away from everyone and everything. But I had friends to encourage and guide me, to help me learn not just to embrace my gift, but to take charge of my life, to change my fate. Hat tip 2, I think. And so you did just that. People of this world are resilient indeed. When I tended to the people after Valthry fled, I wasn't sure how much of a difference it would make. It's a relief to see so many that I treated are alive and well. Brief though it was wonderful to see you. Do visit again soon, hopefully when the fate of a world isn't weighing on your mind. We appreciate the Crystarium's concern for the welfare of our people. May we continue to strengthen the ties between our two cities. Oh, that's a good point. There's probably people who skipped a lot of plot, maybe. Maybe? But okay, that's also true. And also you have to pay to skip the plot. It's not like, say, Guild Wars 2, where you can jump to the... Well, okay, in Guild Wars 2 you have to reach max level before you can jump to the new part. But you can jump around in the story there. Or Elder Scrolls Online, where you can do the story in whatever order at any time. It's not a game that's like designed for the story to be skipped, but it does feel like this is kind of accounting for that possibility. Now that you mention it. My thanks again for your consideration, Sucro. The rest you may leave to us. That half-voiced like me managed to escape the flood of darkness. For all these years, I never stopped to wonder why. To wonder if I had a greater part to play. Well, perhaps it's time I took charge and considered what I might be able to do for others. The answer is here in the first, and I will find it. In defiance of fate. Zero's cool expression cannot hide the fire in her eyes. I know what you mean, but it's funny to imagine the description being like, Zero's so cool! If we have no further business here, let's move on. Where to next? Slitherbow, the home of the Knights Blessed in the Raktika Greatwood. We'll explain the situation to their leader, Runar. Are the Knights Blessed gonna think Zero's really cool because he's half darkness? Describing someone's eyes as tubular is particularly funny because of how often they can be described as things such as, like, shimmering orbs or whatever, when people are writing too purple. So calling them tubular makes me imagine that they are cylinders instead. Do owls have, like, cylindrical eyes or something? Is this an owl fact that I didn't know? Or is that an unrelated thing? Little wonder those who revere darkness would gather here. Yet dark as this wood may seem, it is a blazing torch next to the void. I'm not visited here in some time, but it's much as I remember, which is good. Howdy, Runar. Huh. Interesting. Sucro, you're a sight for sore eyes, my friend. Will you be staying long in Slitherbow? Though, having said that, I suspect this isn't just a social call. Huh. I didn't know these owl facts. Thank you for the owl facts. A great plan is in motion, and the Knights Blessed deserve to know. Or we need to speak with you as leader of the Knights Blessed, it's important. We're planning something that you need to know about. When you put it that way, very well, on behalf of my people, I would hear what you have to say. What? Your world, Master Matoya's world, is in grave danger? Master Matoya? Y'shtola. She took another name in accordance with custom when she lived among the Knights Blessed. They believe light taints everything that it touches, even their true names. Out of respect, don't speak hers here. You are Zero, yes? The one come from a world consumed by darkness. I struggle to conceive of such a place. A pitch-black pall shrouds the sky, which neither the light of the sun nor the stars can pierce. It is the opposite of what you once knew here in Norvrant. That being the case, I'm sure you can relate to our situation. All too well. You have my deepest sympathies. And in order to beat back the darkness in your world, you would harness light from ours. Nod. Smile. 'Tis a simple yet brilliant idea. Only Master Matoya could have conceived of such. That Norvrant is still in her thoughts. That we are still... So, you're not opposed to our plan? We Knights Blessed may place our faith in the dark, but we have never sought to force our beliefs upon others. If your deliverance lies in light, then by all means avail yourselves of it. Gasp. I'm surprised. From what I was told of your people, I was certain you would disapprove of our methods. Do not mistake our reverence for darkness as a desire for it to be ascendant. Rather, in darkness there is a peace that we seek to make our own through prayer and self-reflection. And while light may have wrought suffering in our world, anything in excess can be harmful, even darkness, as you and yours know all too well. It is the wielder who is righteous or evil, not the weapon. If you would wield light for a noble cause, then who are we to deny you? An easy thing for me to say now that the night has been restored to our world, perhaps. Nevertheless, I wish you the best in your fight, Zero. May light shine your way in the darkness. Gasp. Now then, to mark this joyous occasion, I must offer you a proper welcome to Slitherbow. Nod. People are mad at this scene because the Knights Blessed aren't being more unreasonable? That doesn't make sense to me. It feels like the only thing I would have to say about this scene is that Runar is, like, I don't know if this is just how it works, but Runar is accepting all of this on behalf of everybody here. Presumably he's going to explain it later, and maybe that's just what he does as the leader of the Knights Blessed, and that's normal. But, like, it's entirely within Runar's character to be fine with this. He probably appreciates the warning, so that they don't have to panic or anything. But, like, this is a plan being put into motion by people he trusts a lot. So yeah, it makes sense. You might find this interesting, Zero. If you say so. Right, let us begin with the customary greeting. Sucro, I trust you remember how to announce yourself as a friend of the Blessed? Yeah, probably. Nod. I'm good at remembering stuff. Apparently. Say Alin Tuta. Our first visit here was nerve-wracking but exciting. I'll never forget how the villagers warmed to me when I spoke the words. This is a watchword, I take it. In a manner of speaking, I suppose. Friends old and new, I bid you welcome to Slitherbow. Alin Tuta. What does it mean? In the language of Ronka, it is one of several ways one might say good evening. This greeting allows us to quickly discern friend from foe. Okay, it's a little more of a watchword than I remembered. A simple expression, but in a world bereft of night, the words held deep meaning. They were a reminder of the world as it was, when the sun and the moon and the stars yet danced across the sky, and we wished one another well as the day gave way to night. A communal tradition, so the words serve to bind us. Indeed, we are no longer strangers, you and I. Next we shall have you cleansed of light's impurities. Present yourself to Davith in yonder room. He will be glad to assist you. Nod. I think something that's fun about this is with Zero, like, learning stuff about a world that she doesn't know about and going through some of the same stuff that we did when we first got here. That, coupled with, like, her being a relatively quiet sort, they're really, like, positioning her as a protagonist of sorts. Or I guess, like, a, what's the word, deuteragonist? Secondary protagonist? She's being framed in a very protagonist sort of way. While we, like, go through steps we've been through before, but with the focus on her. It's kind of fun. It's nice to guide a new friend through the same experiences, isn't it? Yeah. What Reen said. No sooner had I greeted this Davith than he poured a pot of water over me. I wasn't expecting a literal cleansing. There you are. Your friend has just been cleansed. How do you feel? Wet, but otherwise no different. Thank you, Zero. Ah, I would have been surprised if you'd said otherwise. Even so, it's customary to cleanse ourselves of light with water blessed by our priests. Blessed by our priests. But you have darkness again, do you not? Why continue the custom? Why, for the same reason that it was conceived. To pray for the safety of friends and visitors alike, as we pray for yours this day. Safe travels, friend, and may blessed shadow keep you. Right. If that's all, let's return to Runar and see if there's any other customs I must observe. Come on, Sucro. No small talk with Davith, due to there's a random quest that I never did. The memories of those I've met and the bonds we forged will always be a part of me. She may find these moments strange now, but one day she'll look back on them fondly. How does Zero like our welcoming customs, I wonder? I've undertaken the ritual. Hat tip 3. And while I can't explain it, I feel more confident than I did before. Just a touch. I'm glad to hear it. With the Warrior of Darkness at your side, I've no doubt that you will save your two worlds. If we can defeat Zeromus, then I, the Source, would be safe. But nothing would change for my own world. There would just be one less void sent to struggle over scraps with the rest. Is that so? Forgive me, I spoke out of turn. It's fine, I was under no illusion. I wish it were different, of course. Phone call! I don't know if the Whisperweed had a noise before, but it's like very similar to the Link Pearl one. A reflection of it, you might say. I can't believe that Android was a reflection of iOS from another shard this whole time. Sucro, can you hear me? Have you met with the people of Yulmore and Raktika? Yep. And I'm also saying some other words. Excellent. Then we may proceed to the next phase of the plan without worry. Beklug has informed me that the tower is ready, so make for Nabatharang at your leisure. I have arranged for you to rendezvous with Cassard en route as well. Not only can he take you to the site of the flood, but he will also know where best to place the transmitters, given his familiarity with the route between the Crystarium and Amarang. Cassard was like a secondary character in the Eden stuff, I think, right? Like he was the guy who drove places. He was the guy who drove places. What other organic formations can we turn into cell phones? Well, we've also got tomestones, which are the same on both shards, or both the first and the source, which are also phones. But, pearls, plants. I don't know, mushrooms? Termite mounds, that would be difficult to carry. I don't know if you could carry one of those. It would kind of become dirt once it ceased to be connected to the ground. Like, just dirt. Right? Maybe? Maybe they're more solid than I realize. He will be in Twine on business shortly, so I've asked him to wait for you there. Nod. It's all coming together. To Twine, then. Zero's pessimism notwithstanding, we will pray for her world. Take care, my friend, and tell Master Matoya that she is ever in our hearts. Oh, wait, no, Cassard is someone completely different. You're one of the people that's here. I was thinking of someone way less important than you, because names are difficult to remember at times. It's also rude to say someone is less important, but I mean in terms of the storytelling we've been privy to. Of course. But you probably knew that already. Your timing couldn't be better, Sucro. I've just finished up my business here. Lena's told me all. It would be my pleasure to take you to Nabatharang. As soon as the other helpers arrive, that is. They're supposed to be along any moment now. Is it the guy who's very excited about trolleys? Sucro, it really is you! Not quite. We understand you are faced with quite a predicament, and when an esteemed customer is in need, the merchants of Mortsuk are eager to provide. The captain bade us to assist you, miss, to ensure that light is delivered to the Crystarium. Members of our guard will place transmitters in Lakeland, and the good people of Mortsuk will do likewise in the Hills of Amber. You need but focus on your own task in Nabatharang. Yet more people clamoring to help you. It'd almost be more surprising if they hadn't shown up. If everyone is ready, then let's get to work. Wait! There's the trolley people. You're heading to Nabatharang and didn't think to call on us. While most of our Talos are still in a sorry state, we spared no effort in maintaining the trolley. We've even upgraded it, as a matter of fact. It's faster than ever and can deliver you to Nabatharang in no time at all. Smile. After everything you've done for us, we can't just stand idly by. Thancred would never let us hear the end of it. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Zero, have you ever heard of a minecart level? This, or a roller coaster. This might be kind of like one of those things. Maybe. Not really. I dare say we have ample help. Come, let's go and acquire our light. Nod. Remember the Heroes Gauntlet where people from all over the First showed up to help in the middle of a dungeon? That was cool.
So this is the flood of light.
Just thinking about it.
I don't remember much of the time when darkness consumed the 13th. Just the cold and the emptiness.
Zero? Are you all right?
That's the fastest Zero has ever moved in expressing herself. The fastest non-combat movement of Zero recorded was a rapid shaking of her head at this time.
You're the one who stopped this.
Oh, no. That was the first Oracle of Light, Minfilia. She's since left us, but I inherited her power and legacy.
I see. Let's get started then, shall we?
Nod. That, like, the pin on Sucro's jacket that's, like, on the collar looks like a set of arrows pointing both up and down, which I suppose is an accurate representation of what happens during a healer's job. People are always falling over and being brought back up and all that. Sucro's over here. Phone call.
The other transmitters are set. Whenever you're ready.
Don't stand directly in this beam. That would probably be bad. Everybody please be careful around the beam.
Such radiant light.
Do not attempt to play limbo with the beam.
It's almost too much for one steeped in darkness like me.
I'm too edgy for this. Gasp? Oh, you're seeing your reflection.
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero, alive. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today.
Wait, whose voice is this?
If this power were mine to wield...
I should recognize this, but the voices are... Zero, no! Zero, no, I said don't touch the beam! Zero, no! That's Euless. Okay, yeah.
I will not succumb! Not to darkness! Not to light!
Zero, your hat! Zero, do not touch the beam! No! I think you succumbed to light. Zero, your hat. That's where all of your power is stored.
She's taken light into herself. Her body struggles to contain it. She needs help.
Yes, don't lick the flood of light either. I know it looks like a crystal, and sometimes those can be like salt or like a candy, but no, this is not either of those things. Good thing we have Reen here. Put Zero's hat back on, that's where her power is. Some of it, anyway. Zero, you touched the beam.
Thank goodness. How do you feel?
Better now, I think.
It's an interesting...
You're very, very lucky. Whatever possessed you to do that?
It's an interesting contrast to have Zero be this, like, fairly, I guess, aloof, quiet, serious person who suddenly does something incredibly foolish out of impulse. Like, abruptly. Don't touch the beam.
I had to know if I could command the light. If I could change my fate.
There's other ways to change your fate, other than touching the beam.
Once, I would never have dared to dream it.
I guess we've probably taught Zero to be impulsive, which may or may not be a good thing.
But your friendship and your trust has helped me to see new possibilities. In myself and everything else.
Zero's voice actor is very good, by the way. The particular way she said friendship and trust conveyed perfectly that she sort of struggled to say it.
Perhaps that's why, when I beheld this world once damned yet saved, I saw the potential for mine to be saved as well.
Gasp.
To become a world where light and darkness are in harmony, and life flourishes. A world where we're not consumed by insatiable hunger, but filled with hope for what we might create together. If I had the strength, perhaps I could make such a dream reality. Perhaps I could awaken us from this endless nightmare.
Zero, be careful, you're approaching a villainous motivation.
That's what possessed me.
I think we've been more of a good influence than a bad influence. Reen has detected the hat. Reen, put on the hat.
If that's your heartfelt desire, then you mustn't be afraid to share it.
Reen, please impulsively put on the hat like a doofus
There
for
was a
1
time
second.
when I lacked the courage. To voice my desires was to burden those I love, or so I convinced myself.
Now that's a mood. I know that one. She didn't put on the
But
hat.
then I met those who believed in me. They helped me to believe in myself and find the strength to live.
Also a mood.
And so long as I'm alive, I know that I'll be fine. No matter how dire things seem. No matter where I am.
Alternatively, Zero should reach over to this hat that Rena's holding and tip it forward. Because she needs to do the hat tip, but she's not wearing it, you see.
To be able to think that brought me peace. And it's a blessing I owe entirely to my friends.
Those who believe in us.
Smile. Hat reclaimed.
I will remember your words. I know all too well that there's a limit to what we can achieve alone.
As a friend, I'd like to help you fulfill your dream. If you wish to take in more light, I can keep the power in check and help your body accept it.
Gasp. That's true, she can do that. If anyone can do it, it'd be Reen. It works well enough for me, or with the power of light and dark, you'll be unstoppable! Sucro, don't encourage that sort of thing. If anyone can do it, it'd be Reen.
So it would seem. Right then. I'm counting on you.
Nod.
Here I go.
Here she goes. So this is the growing light. Zero is charging up.
I can feel it. The light's warmth welling within me.
Then I believe it worked.
Nod.
With this power, I will return to the void and fight for the world that once was, and for those I hold dear.
Heck yeah. Nod. Though I've only known Zero for a short while, I feel as though her struggle is my own. For her sake and her world's, we must succeed. I got a little distracted by seeing the sightseeing log point over there. We've done our part, and I trust that the others will see the light to our destination. It's time we return to the source. I shall seek out Beklug and have them return my soul to the spirit vessel. But where's Gaia? Reen waving. Well, I suppose this is it. I don't know if you had any other preparations to attend to or people to visit, but I'll go on ahead to the ocular. Yeah, where's Reen's girlfriend? Anytime Gaia is absent, people should be asking, where's Gaia? And the answer is probably taking a nap. That seems like the kind of thing she would be doing frequently. Sheep quest. I thought I saw a picture of Gaia in the patch notes or something. So maybe there's like a bonus later that's unconnected to this? Or maybe I'm imagining that. Maybe Gaia's just in here for no reason. That'd be funny. Before we said our farewells, Zero thanked me, saying that she learned much during her time in Norvrand. Hello and welcome. While I don't believe I'm owed such gratitude, I am nonetheless glad that she found the experience worthwhile. It seems Zero is already back in the vessel. I would have liked to talk to her more, but it'll have to wait till next time. And there will be a next time, I'm sure of it. You know, there might be. Maybe we figure out how to go back to the first and we have a big party after we kill Zeromus or whatever. The tower stands ready to send light into the rift, and Zero's soul is secure in her vessel once more. Our helpers across the realm have also sent word that the transmitters are in place. Once the others have been set on the moon of Zero's world, we should have the foundation for our ethereal current. To make matters easier, the transmitters broadcast a powerful signal that can be detected by the tower even across the rift. Upon confirming that the void ones are active, we will send forth the light. The rest will be up to you. We'll all be praying for your success. I did talk to them, and they did have new things to say, actually. Una Kalhai has a new thing to say, and then Ciela has a new dialogue option of I went to the 13th, after which she has new things to say. And apparently they have more new things to say after this patch. So I've been told. Now go, make haste back to the source and save your worlds. Worry not, I can manage the tower well enough. Return to the source and finish it. So many people willing us on, I have faith that we'll succeed. The Exarch's spirit abides in this tower. It will surely deliver the light where it is needed. My Lena voice is not practiced. Due to it's been a bit. Yeah, I don't know exactly when the dialogue that they had shows up. We didn't encounter Gaia, no. I'm assuming it has to be somewhere later and you're misremembering. Wait. What? Okay, if two people are saying there should have been a Gaia scene, then... Huh. Are you both absolutely sure it doesn't happen later for some reason? Or maybe it's optional in some way? We definitely didn't run into Gaia, and there definitely wasn't a voiced scene. I guess I'll keep moving forward, and then we'll see if it happens later. Welcome back, Sucro. I presume the preparations in the first are complete? That is well, for time grows short. Sucro, thank heavens you've returned. The Loperates report that the brands are on the verge of falling. We have no time to spare. I shall restore Zero to her body at once. Supposed to happen right about when you left the first? Maybe I missed something by teleporting. I don't know. That's probably not a thing that can happen. Ah, that's better. I was worried that the soul transference process might affect the light I absorbed, but it feels as potent as before. Nod. The radiance of your soul was impossibly blinding. I don't know how you would have managed without Reen's help. While Reen helped me to contain the light, it was you, all of you, gave me the courage to even make the attempt. Your friendship, your acceptance. That includes the people of the First. The Knights Blessed in particular showed me great kindness, as did Runar, whose only regret seemed to be that you could not join us. Gasp. A regret we share. Ours is a reunion long overdue. If all is in readiness, then I will assume my dragon form and fly to the moon. Great text box out of context, I have to say. It turns out I am still amused by the moon. In the meantime, pray make your own way to the Drowning Brand. There we shall reconvene before sallying forth once more into the void. Nod. Yeah, same. I'm always doing this. Asterisk, leading to a footnote that says I don't have a dragon form. I did at one point. When I was very young. Invent a dragon form. But that is no longer really a thing. Howdy, everybody. 'Tis a terrible darkness indeed that should so test the restraints which once held Zodiark. But with the light from the first, I am confident we will prevail. The hour is upon us. If everyone is ready, then so am I. Huh? Those dang Bernstein Bears. The darkness groweth stronger with every passing moment. Doubt not but that Zeromus shall soon attain full strength. Oh, and thank goodness you're back. The seal will break at any moment, Sucro. Any moment. Forgot Mapping Way's voice. Time to take the fight to the enemy, is it? Also can't really do Living Way's voice. The darkness has been utterly relentless, gnawing at the seal like I might an iron carrot. Strike fast and hard, because you won't get another chance. Oh. Yeah, that's an emoji that doesn't show up properly for me in either chat that I'm seeing. Like on the on-screen chat, it kind of looked like the mouse was going into a jar. And in the stream chat that I have in OBS, I see like a broken image icon, the zero emoji, and then a mouse. I don't know why so it looks like a unrecognized emoji combination sort of thing to me. Ah, zero mouse, I see. As a precaution, we've further enhanced the combat supporters. You don't need to worry about us while you're away. I shall maintain my vigil over the brands. Pray see that thou art ready to depart as soon as Vritra and the others have assembled. May the light shine the way to victory and deliver you all safely home. Always gotta roar when you land. Never don't roar when you land. I think there was like one time that didn't happen. Ariange, no, we need a healer for this dungeon that is inevitably going to happen. I guess Justola can heal. But still. Suddenly, Justinian is a healer. That would be funny. Right. Red Moon. Boop. Important. It's too quiet. Surely they know we're here. In order to unleash the most concentrated burst of light possible, we will route the energy to multiple transmitters before directing it to converge at a single point. I will survey the area for suitable locations. The dark pall over the crater has grown thicker, and on the other side lies Golbez's domain. He'll have altered the terrain to hinder us. I don't sense his presence, but I wager he is in the crater. 'Twould be ideal if he were. I shall hurry and place the transmitters. Once they are activated, our cross-rift ethereal current will be established, and light will flow freely from the first. In theory, at least. It will work. It must. Yeah, she's probably a better healer than Alphino. It's just not her main job at this point, in my mind.
All is in readiness. Without further ado then. Light from beyond the rift, shine forth and banish the darkness.
Y'shtola then held this pose for a few minutes while waiting for the light to go down the entire line of transmitters.
Excellent. The tower is replete with light from the Bath Areng.
Maybe now is when Gaia shows up and is like, hey, what did I miss?
Commencing transmission.
Boop. I guess I have to say boop when things are booped. Yes. I'm glad you have a diagram of what's happening.
It works! Light is flowing into the void!
Yeah, that it has to like go, it has to curve around is kind of funny.
May this light illuminate your way.
You can do it, Zero. I believe in you.
Gaia suddenly shows up. I don't know what I missed, but I believe in you too. Also, we can see that there's 4 other worlds that still exist in that diagram, I guess. Okay, Y'shtola is not continuously holding out her hand still. It would have been funny if she were. Well, that was cool. Ah, we've made a tunnel. That's got to be the dungeon.
An opening.
Stinian's always on the lookout for openings because he's a melee
Let us waste no time and
DPS.
sally forth.
This isn't really a game
Alas,
where you need to look
I
for
fear the
openings
breach
as
may be
much.
too narrow for you, Vreetra.
But who's gonna tank the dungeon then? There.
Prepared my simulacrum for such an eventuality.
I answered, my question was answered in the next second.
My true form shall stand guard here while we explore the chasm.
This too is Dandori.
Tis faint, but I sense the presence of a dragon. No doubt my sister's essence trapped within Zeromus.
Varshan
Not
loves
where she was
Pikmin,
held captive
by the way.
before, but somewhere much deeper.
The descent will not be so easy this time. chasm swarms with void scent.
Varshan loves Pikmin and also gets incredibly sad when any of the Pikmin die. Or Vritra, I suppose I should say. Either is true.
Summoned by Golbez, perhaps, or born of the residual darkness.
However they came to be, we shall cut a path through them. Is everyone ready?
No. Also, wait, I'm the healer. We don't need a healer. What am I talking about? You've confirmed the mystery of Gaia.
Zero?
Oh? It happens later. Okay, fair enough.
That light should shine in the void once more.
No single one of us could have made it so. Only by joining hands were we able to kindle this light.
Do you think these light particles are easier or more difficult to remove from your clothing than glitter is?
Do you see, Golbez? We needn't damn others to save ourselves. You knew this once, surely, when you tried to befriend me. When you were one of the precious few left willing to trust in another. But that man is gone. And in his place, a mockery of his beliefs.
Zero's hat is like... Whoever designed Zero's hat specifically, and whoever's in control of the camera angles... Well, they're definitely working together, for one thing, but also, like... This hat is, like, designed for dramatic camera angles. It's a very powerful hat. Gasp! Wait, she gasped. I don't need to say it.
It's the same as before. Though we walk different paths, we seek the same destination. And yet...
I just sort of instinctively say gasp when someone gasps in this game now, I guess.
There is something I must know. A truth that lies waiting in the dark.
Is it the truth about how Golbez is actually the other one? I'm pretty sure that's a plot twist we're going to deal with at some point. Sucro, no. Sucro, don't. It's very shiny. So, I can't hide the, Oh, I can effectively hide the interface, actually. This might end up as the video thumbnail, somehow. It could just be a fancy plasma globe now, that's true. This radiance is just the beginning. They must see it cast into the deepest depths of the moon. She's no longer the cold, distant soul we met in the void. Or perhaps until now, she just never had a chance to be who she truly is. Glad though I am that the plan worked, we are in no position to celebrate. The day is not won yet. Rest assured, I will not let my emotions overwhelm me. When the moment comes, I will call to my sister, and I will wrest her free from Zeromus. The crater awaits. Woe betide any who barred our path. Nod. 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 GDI. Wait, no. The lunar subterrane now accessible. So I knew this dungeon name because I read the patch notes like a doofus. I can't wait to be actually surprised by things in Dawntrail where they don't outline the entire game in the patch notes. We've no time to waste. The void scent we felled will return ere long. So the lunar subterrane is the name of the final dungeon of FF4, by the way, which makes a lot of sense. The lingering light illuminates the way to our foe. It will not escape us. This dungeon probably will surprise me. Take heart and protect them well. I will live up to my own words. This I swear. When we find Golbez, let me speak with him. Please. There is something I must know. Yeah, this makes sense. Though I could add in Y'shtola. Possibly.
If you insist.
Forgot she said that.
Right then. Right then. Right then.
Victory will be ours.
Right then.
I'm gonna add Istinian because duty support Y'shtola loves to run into me with an AoE and also die. This is a thing she has done multiple times. But however, I will first do this, which in turn also means that it's time for something else. Also, I should zoom out so there's less of the electricity sound. Let's see. Was it this one? No. It was this one. It was the coin flip that I used. This or that? God dang it. Hold on. There. Congratulations to those who won, and condolences to those who did not. It is true that there is technically a window where you could vote to, you could vote after the answer is known when I have to manually activate this. Such is the nature of Ghost's prank. And that's just something I have to accept. Anyway, we're on the moon. The red one. So, here we go. The lunar subterrane. That makes sense. There is, in fact, an Ahriman boss in the lunar subterrane, from what I remember. And there's some FF4 music. Golbez's domain at long last. If I don't see the funny death mask enemy from Final Fantasy IV in 3 dimensions in HD, I'm gonna riot. Maybe not. It's been a little bit since I actually played this game, but hopefully it should be fine. This is not the FF4 music I expected. This is like Kingdom of Baron. Though actually that makes a lot of sense, probably, now that I say it.
Out of my way.
Because I think this is Cecil and not Golbez. Though we didn't actually get the name of the person, I don't think. They haven't used the name Cecil anywhere. Maybe it's not. I think maybe we did get the name of that person, actually. I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, Void Moon, that's true. Durante, right, yes. But yeah, not the FF4 music I was expecting, but it's still FF4 music, which is what I was expecting. Oh yeah, Plague, I think, was specifically the name of the Ahriman boss. Ooh. Guitar time. It'd be funny if they made me refight the 4 Fiends also, because that's also a thing that 4 does at some point.
Out of my way.
Ah, it's a theme name. That makes sense.
That's far enough.
No mercy.
I'm still having a little bit of trouble with, like, hand and arm pain and discomfort. Even now. But it's better than it was. Hopefully, continuing to take it easy will help. I can sense its presence deep within. Zeromus is here. Let's move on before they have time to regroup. Fishing for that critical hit shield. Sometimes.
Out of my way!
This will hurt.
Out of my way!
Hey there, Astos. Oh, Dark Elf. Not quite Astos, but kind of Astos. So we're not referencing the lunar subterrane directly, but we are still referencing for a formidable foe. Even so, it pales before the archfiends. Alright, what's your magnetism gimmick? Who dares trespass in Lord Golbez's domain? To me, O beacons of the dark. O darkness, show them their folly.
No mercy!
Behold the power of darkness. Okay, so you were showing squares, so stand on triangles. Got it. That wasn't a raid wipe.
This will hurt.
This is technically a raid wipe, I guess. Okay, so your gimmick is more like delayed invisible AoEs. Fools, there is no escape. Oh. I don't quite follow exactly how anything works, but yeah, I did see the Doom. I also have a purple. Hexed by the Dark Elf. So there's a separate Doom mechanic as well. That was not the button I meant to press. That's kind of what I figured. I just didn't realize there was a second set of staves.
Be gone! Be gone!
Be gone. Void Moon Circlet of Healing. Oh, that's the Woot Staff? That's fun. I don't think I like that way of shortening that boss's name. It is far too close to something else. You find a discarded Memoria crystal and it suddenly begins to glow. This Memoria crystal, no, it can't be. Your psyche resonates with the Memoria. Oh. Once what was.
The city is already overrun.
Oh. I did mention this was Baron music. This man seems to think you're Golbez, says Istinian.
First the villages and now the capital. Nothing is exempt from their avarice. I think not. Fear my wrath.
Was Memoria brought up when the Asians or the Ancients mentioned anything about the Echo before? Or am I imagining that? Because they did say they had like a stronger version of it. Or something. Memoria is new, okay. For King and Country. Okay, just checking. But maybe this is like also some sort of fragment of the Echo and stuff still.
For king and out of my way.
This is indeed that, yes. Which means that Durante... Well, I mean, he could still assume the form of Golbez later. He's calling us because this is Golbez's Memoria because Golbez is actually Durante. Yeah, okay, that tracks. Oh yeah, and there are people labeled Baron Knight, and they do in fact kind of resemble the Baron Knights of 4 by being orange. When I believe the sprites in 4 are like golden and red. Bested by Golbez and Durante both, it seems I underestimated you.
They knew we were elsewhere. Cowards.
Hey, I got the critical barrier. There it is.
I think not.
I misread Frenzied Manticore as Frenzied Mayonnaise for a split second. I just wanted everyone to know that, I guess.
That's far enough.
For king and country.
Every time we see a behemoth now, we have to remember that we accidentally caused them to exist.
This will hurt. Out of my way.
Hey, Farshan, you want to talk about what brood you're of? Because I don't think you've said that yet today. I'm sure that'll happen.
Fear my wrath.
Hello, the
This one is
antlion.
dangerous. Have care, Golbez.
I'm going to fight this ant now. Okay, bye. Dempsey and antlion, yep. For to escape, it seems we've no choice but to fight.
You forced my...
You forced my. Also, there's stone pillars, which are allies, I think. So that's probably something. Mm-hmm.
That's far enough.
I'm just gonna trust the allies on this one.
I am of the first brood.
There you go. Thanks for reminding me. He's of the first brood. Oh, hey, it's this. There we go. That from Cutter's Cry. That makes sense. He's of the first brood, did you know? Isn't like go pound sand an expression or something? Okay, there's a triangle of safety.
Darkness, take you.
Wait, is there a particular reason that... Ah, that's the particular reason. I didn't notice any tells for the towers falling.
Out of my way.
You're mine.
Oh, well, that's fine. That makes sense. Voidmoon Gauntlets of Maiming. Is there no end to this memory? We should follow after him.
That they command such terrible beasts bodes ill. We've no time to lose. Such destruction. If only we had returned sooner.
There's such carnage, such cruelty. This is...
Fear my wrath.
This will hurt.
For king and country.
Wait, original Hellhound? What a good enemy name. Except no imitations. Or substitutes, rather. Both of those things. First edition Hellhound. Holographic with a shadowless border. Wow.
This will hurt. Enough.
Are these original Jester? Baron Jester. What have we here? Come to play hero, are you? Yeah, there's the crit. Such strength!
You're mine! Enough!
Out of my way!
I dare say we'll be faster if we split up.
Hey, another crit. That he should place such faith in Golbez. Original Gargoyle. Original Progenitrix. And Dark Grenade. I keep getting critical barriers, somehow.
Got you!
Wonder if you can stun the gargoyle out of that. Nobody tried to, but I don't know if the NPCs know what stunning is. They might.
You're mine!
As a healer, I do not have a stun. But I could tell that that was probably something you could stun. Oh, by the way, the weather is still vacuity. I think I noticed that earlier and forgot to say anything. Wow, Savage Might Materia 9. Behold the true power of Memoria. Oh. Power to make everyone demon.
Out of my way!
Oh, it's good that they're actually using interrupts more too. Yeah, the vampiresses are not original, that's true. They do act, they look a little... Okay, no, they're just palette swaps of the succubus. I just thought they were a little different because their hair was a bright color. I mean, the color's different, obviously.
You underestimate me!
There are no original vampires. I forgot to use my DOT.
Out of my way!
But that's fine. That is true. Alright, what's going on here? Are we gonna like fight Kane or something? Oh, are we gonna fight you? One of them's gonna be corrupted.
Golbez!
But we already fought Golbez.
This can't be happening. Not to you.
You're gonna, like, swipe the corruption.
My hero.
Or no, you're becoming corrupted also,
even should
maybe.
it cost me my life.
Oh. That's a cool design. Interesting. Your half mask there kind of looks like the Dark Knight helmet. A bit. He gave himself to the dark to stop Golbez, and yet it falls to us to keep him, or rather you, from harm. Yeah, there's a parallel to Cain.
So be it. I will fight you with all my strength.
Old magic. Cool flash step.
Fortify my blade.
Duplicitous battery. That's a cool attack. I don't know what's duplicitous about it yet.
I need power. Light or dark, it matters not.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Oh, because it's like duplicating. I was thinking duplicitous like lying.
Savagery ill suits you.
That's far enough.
You're mine. You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now. You're mine.
Oh. Introducing the cool new shape, the half orb. I didn't mean to do that, but that's fine.
Even so, I'll not be bested. Not this day.
I just followed the NPCs for that one, I'll admit it. Twilight Phase.
It's over, my friend.
Piece of the First Brood. Oh yeah, you're right, that is a Dark Knight move name. Okay.
weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now.
Out of my way!
I love the NPCs fighting over attack names, or limit breaks.
No mercy! You underestimate me!
And then nobody actually used it in time.
I'll not be bested. Not this day.
It seems like you were bested this day. Actually. Your stroll is here too. It's always kind of funny when, like, the remaining NPCs run up at the end. Okay, what does any of the Void Moon stuff actually look like? I feel like this is... I can't tell if this is an original model or... recolored. Everyone's favorite famous character, Durante. That's right. Was there truly no other way? No, because this was a flashback. He all but set his soul aflame. A bitter victory. Hey, Zero. It should not have come to this. Okay, bye. Just kidding, I'm back over here. I don't know what walking forward's gonna do in this scenario, but... Howdy.
Why? Why you and not me? You were the best of us. A paragon of virtue. I could never hope to be your equal.
Yeah, the voice acting by Durante seems to be pretty good. In this scene, too.
I am only the knight I am because of you. Because you believed in me.
Helmet removed. Dramatically. But will we actually see the face? Of course not. Why would they show the face?
You would not wish to become a monster, preying upon those who fought to protect. But neither can I bring myself to kill you.
They're waiting to show it. Or they will never show it. I know not what possible revelation there could be.
So rest easy,
if they did.
My friend, and entrust your legacy to me.
But yeah, the Golbez we're dealing with is actually Durante, as I thought, I think. Yeah. And it wouldn't be our face. I don't think. Like, I don't think I'm gonna assume that Golbez is like a reflection of Sucro or anything. Just from us taking the place of Golbez in a crystal memory. That's just how Memoria work. Dang it, I have to get the rest of the armor custom made.
Die. This I swear.
I just deleted it, I only get the helmet. God damn it.
Through me your name shall live on, as the hero who saves the world.
I guess we haven't heard that Golbez speak at any point. And we were shown the perspective of Golbez before as well.
We've been
First
released from
person.
memory, 'twould seem.
So I could see how you could conclude that. But also Golbez would have to be way shorter to be Sucro. I know reflections aren't the same. Because like Ardbrit's a reflection. But there's something weird about it just making me imagine Sucro in Golbez's armor with like her arms not reaching the gauntlets and her feet not reaching the feet. Like if Sucro couldn't reach the pedals in a car. But for armor instead. Secretly a mech suit. It could be. Clearly that's the new job class. Introducing the Warlock.
If Golbez was the one sealed in this Memoria.
Pilot a mech suit to fire magic.
Then the one we've been fighting is...
No more than an imposter playing at hero.
Durante, I presume.
A name long since lost to time. History shall remember only Golbez.
Golbez is normal size now, by the way. He was very large last time for a brief moment.
I shall deliver the world its salvation, and I will not suffer you to interfere.
Okay, he's still very tall. But like he's a normal,
You seek to free
relatively
all souls from the
size.
purgatory of undeath. And to that end, you would invade another world. While I cannot condone your methods, I understand your motive full well. For I'm driven by the same. I too wish to save our world. I too once thought I had to bear the burden by myself. That I had no choice but to walk my path alone. But I was wrong. We may yet strive together towards our shared goal. If you would reconsider your course.
Rare instance of the join me speech going in the other direction from the standard. Imagine if this worked and we just went home. Yeah, that's a good sound clip.
If you possessed power which transcended that of Zeromus, then perhaps I would.
Ah, so you've become obsessed with power far more than you care about your actual goal. Most likely.
But you do not. No, you are but another Voidsent like me. And what is a candle before the sun?
Well, a candle doesn't cause harmful radiation, and also it doesn't blind you if you look at it. That's a good start. They can be
Perhaps we
very
aren't
helpful in
all-powerful
emergencies.
and cannot effect great change in an instant. Even so,
Great change is what we need. Aught less has no meaning.
Well, I think it'll be a great change if you go away.
Having glimpsed our past, you should understand as well as any. As Golbez, I dedicated myself to ending the Contra Memoria. I fought the corrupted Memoriates and attempted to redeem those twisted by their power. Yet try as I might, I was powerless to make any meaningful change. 'Twas then, when I was floundering in despair, that she appeared. The Ascian Igeom.
I don't think they've ever said Igeorm in dialogue before. Gasp.
Claiming to know how to excise the source of our woes, she showed me to the moon, where the servant of light abided. 'Twas he and his ilk who had granted men unnatural powers, she said, and now prolonged the war.
So she lied. Okay. Well, I have to wait.
Believing her every word, I struck him down and caused darkness to engulf the world.
what? Then it was you who...
As Emmett Selk once told us, the 13th was the Ascians' first attempt at a rejoining, before they fully understood the mechanisms at play. They failed because they sought only to awaken the sundered Zodiac without instigating a calamity in the source. The darkness they unleashed had nowhere else to go.
Having left a ruin of our world, the Ascian fled. I was a fool to trust them, to trust in others.
Standard villain mistake. One person makes you lose trust and faith in everyone else.
Since that day, I have sought the means to undo my mistake. The world may be beyond saving, but I would at least restore the Great Flow. The dragon was an extraordinary windfall, a veritable font of ether that expedited my endeavors time and again. But it wasn't enough to achieve my objective. Far from it.
Thanks for the explanation in monologue form, by the way.
For eternity, I had to bide my time. But the day finally came when I acquired the power I sought. The remnants of the Ascians' god sealed within the moon suddenly dispersed into ether.
Yeah, makes sense.
With that ether, Zeromus could be conceived, and driven by the dragon's longing for home, it shall soon arise to destroy the barrier between worlds. Thus will the way open to the promised land, and the death we have been too long denied.
Justinian is completely unfazed by this.
Thus will I, Golbez, bring salvation to all.
Hat tip 4. I think.
So that is all you have left.
Say what you will. You cannot stop Zeromus's awakening.
Dramatic cape maneuver. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Nobody's gonna, like, attack him or anything? Of course not, that never happens. I don't think we'd really benefit that much from doing so at this point, though.
Aren't we?
Yeah, exactly. I mean...
Aye. That's why we came, after all. And besides...
What's up?
When someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them. In others and yourself. Euless was right about that.
Believe in me who believes in you or whatever? Nod. Smile. He speaks of salvation, of fulfilling an honored friend's legacy, and he does not scruple to discard others for his ambitions. To yearn to save the world only to bring about its unmaking is a tragic tale, but it changes nothing. In other words, cool backstory, still evil, but like in a fancier form. That's funny. We rarely believe ourselves the villain, but if our ends demand unconscionable sacrifice, what else can we be? Let us press on. In the darkest recesses of the moon await Golbez and Zeromus. They are resolved to save their world and condemn yours. Are you prepared to brave the dark? I freaking guess so. Is that like a disguised several cutscenes are going to play in sequence warning? Yeah, I do love whenever UI is used for storytelling. FF4DS remake references.
To the moment our salvation is realized.
Oh, is it? That's cool. I would not remember that sort of specific thing.
Chance. I will stop you here, no matter the cost.
Okay, yeah, this is feeling like an opening cutscene now. Sucro, do something cool. Nope. Sucro, do something cool. Sucro, are you even in this scene?
Wounded as I am, I knew that I would be hard-pressed to fight you on equal terms.
It's a shame that the main character cannot do anything cool because their job could be anything.
And so I lured you to this place, where the advantage is mine.
But then again, the alternative, as we've seen in Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis, is that the main character defaults to a specific job and always has a sword for no reason, even though I use a gun. That's also weird. There's not really a way to win in that situation. Because, like, the third option is to make a dynamic scene that's different depending on what job you are, but that's way too much work. That's unnecessary. Anyway. Oh no. Oh, you gonna revive the Fiends? Remember when I said it'd be funny if they revived the Fiends because they did that in FF4? surprised they're doing it. Or perhaps a simulacrum of them, because we did turn them into Memoria.
Archfiends live?
Now these are probably fake.
Impossible. Scarmiglione and Barbariccia were sealed in Memoria, while Cagnazzo and Rubicante died in the Source.
He also mastered the power of 3D? Maybe. Also, hello and welcome. If we had a cutscene knife, I don't think we would do anything cool with a knife.
You're not wrong.
By itself,
they are not
really.
the true archfiends, but shades born of their residual ether.
If they are shades, then their strength will pale in comparison. Even should they fight as one, we may yet prevail.
We'll tend to the Archfiends. Go and put an end to Zeromus.
Oh, okay.
You'll do no such thing.
Hey, look, the Dragoon is fighting Barbariccia. As it is meant to be. I thought Sucro was just gonna... Okay, she just runs past him. That's pretty funny, actually. Here I go! Whee! Sucro just jumping into the pit is funny.
It is too late. Zeromus will awaken, and it shall devour any who come between it and its desire. Your companion is no exception.
But Sucro's really cool, Golbez. Didn't you know?
I wouldn't be so sure.
She does impossible nonsense all the time, too.
Time and again, she has faced insurmountable odds.
Yeah, what I said. Well, alright then. I think those are like close to actual Dragoon attacks.
But no matter how hopeless things seemed, she's never given up the fight.
I heard the first line from up there and continued the speech. It's fine. I'll get this one too, I guess. Ah, right.
So long as she has strength of will to forge on, then so too shall we.
Actually, the specific fiend that everyone is killing in this cutscene matches up kind of well with 4. Because you fight Scarmiglione with a party full of mages. Like, after Rydia has learned to cast fire again, and Scarmiglione got blown up by a fire spell. And you have to use jump on Barbariccia for part of the gimmick, and Kain beat up Barbariccia. And I think you fight Cagnazzo after you get Paladin Cecil and Cecil and return to Baron, and we have Paladin Varshan defeating Cagnazzo and so on.
For we believe in her, and she believes in us.
And Zero's here
together,
too.
Our light can pierce blackest darkness.
Also, I guess Rubicante is like... Did Kain, I mean, Estidian kill Rubicante off camera? Time for the anime yelling and charging power phase. But anyway, meanwhile, in the vortex, the black hole, the end of space and time, here's Sucro. Ah, of course, it's another square. With lines on the floor. Okay, that's a good touch, actually. Zeroma's speaking in the dragon language. What is this darkness, cold and all-consuming? Where am I? What by the gods, yeah. Hello? I must return to my world, to my home where my kin await. Okay, so we skipped the part where we used the crystal to get to phase 2. Which means that Zeromas just became vulnerable, because in phase 1 you can't hurt Zeromas in the original. Also, it's impressive for them to have rendered that boss in 3D, like, again, but also, like, with this much detail. Yes, I must return. I return and none shall stand in my way. Grr. Well, time to do the old summoning. The glass shattering is cool. Release Ashdaya, or I can't let you destroy the barrier between worlds. Let Ashdaya go! Be gone from my sight! We're fighting because this is someone else infused with the power of darkness to become the ultimate world-destroying monstrosity. And someone who was unwillingly fused with the power of darkness also. This is, Risha's sister, Ashdaya, was used as the vessel for Zeromas here. Also, wild remix, apparently. Dance mix. Kinda. It's funny when they just have the waiting room be the boss room, also. Anyway. I'm gonna be right back first. Ghost did a prank, so I don't think I'm gonna try to do this or that again. So just enjoy the remix for a bit. Hello, I'm here again. This does kind of have Kirby vibes a bit. Oh, well, okay. Instant Zeromus! Just use Crystal. Or, in this case, Q. I guess it is current. Insatiable vessel Zeromus. Stand aside, I beseech you. Ah, the other healer is marked with a... plus. Oh. Doom for everyone. That's funny. Your flesh shall melt and seethe. Ah, I was supposed to use the multi-shield here. That's fine. Oh god, I didn't realize I had the mark. Oh no. Okay, I didn't cause any problems. Not really. I think the other healer got... yeah. Big Bang. Well, that's not good. Hey, what the heck does any of that stuff mean? It's a status effect that tells you when you're gonna get blown up in the future. I see. What? There do seem to be an awful lot of nihilistic despair gods these days. Yeah? Oh. Apparently I missed. Is that good? No, it's not. It's very not. I don't think I was standing in that. Maybe I misunderstood something. Oh dear. Both healers are dead. Time to wipe. I thought I had escaped the orb, but now I can look at the orb closely. Like, I am pretty sure I was not standing in the orb range. I was running outside of it. I got snapshot or whatever. The other healer did confirm that the plus is to show me where to go, because I said I was new. So Ramonas just did a Hadouken of darkness. Well, that was cool. Whatever that was. Ah, I got hit by the edge of that. Oh, I can't. Okay, you can see that it's a multi-hit because it has multiple arrows. Yeah, that's the kind of situation Numa is for, and I just sort of remembered it that time. And I also used Penheima correctly that time. Okay, I'm not marked this time. I'll just stand still. Or not. Oh, I didn't need to do this. I'd already done it though, before thinking. I got acceleration bombed. Oh wait, no, I'm supposed to stack. What am I doing? I panicked. Does that always go for the off tank, or are both tanks getting hit by that and I just haven't noticed? Because that went for the off tank both times I've seen it this time. Oh boy. Okay, I see now. Alright, didn't get got that time. Big crunch. Didn't have Panheim up that time. Ah, geez, my MP. Her will, my will, shall not be denied. Oh. Oh. Oh, Red Wings theme time for triumphant victory phase. Return to me, my beloved star. I thought the attack name Barry said Benui. I can't believe I'm actually getting use out of Pepsis. Beyond the veil, my home doth lie. Whoop. All who oppose me shall be consigned to nothingness. To the last you would deny my heart's desire. Oh, to look upon such splendor once more. Whoop.
To the stars. On a vacation. Therefore meow I am a cat. Lots of spaghetti.
Destroy!
Hey, look, it's the face on the moon. And also structures on the moon. Shoutouts to this white mage for the marker. That was helpful. They did say to commend them, but they deserved it, so I did give them a commendation. I got 4? Jeez. Is it because the other white mage asked for a commendation that they didn't get more? I shall not perish, so long as they await my return I shall endure. I think I did pretty well. I don't think that the time I got clipped by the black hole was my fault, either. I feel like I was not standing in it. I had to go back and watch to be sure, but I feel like that was a weird latency thing. Time for Estinian to be cool, again.
Are you alright?
Yeah, thanks for blowing up the orb. Everyone else is here too. Right, Zeromus probably didn't die because Void Scent and we need the Memoria thing. That's how Void Scents always work. Or Void Scent, well, the plural is Void Scent still. What? Golbez? I mean, Golbez turns good in Final Fantasy IV as well. But I don't... Did y'all win some diplomacy up there?
Scent, Zeromus cannot be killed. Sealing it in Memoria is the only way.
That is true that he was like, maybe I'd join you if your power surpassed Zeromus, and I guess we did, so, you know, that makes sense. Y'all win some diplomacy up there? You all? Anyone? Well, I guess I'll find out in a second. Sucre had to like sheath her weapon mid-headache for that. I saw that. Meanwhile, in the past...
That it should come to this. I failed my dear friend. Fell for the Ascian's ploy and unleashed the darkness.
You sure did.
And after an eternity of waiting, I find myself on my knees. How disappointed must you be in me, in the foolishness and futility of it all. No, I will not let it be for naught. I will not allow you to pass. I will triumph in my crusade.
There is no triumph to be found in this madness. Even if the veil were to be unraveled, it would not undo what darkness has done to the world. Nor would it bring Golbez back. From his slumber, you know there is no return. You're weak and imperfect. You know it in your heart. In spite of this, Do you truly believe that you can save everyone? Are you sure you will not fail? I'm no better. Weak and imperfect and plagued by doubt. Which is why I need friends to walk beside me.
Oh. You gonna give Golbez some of the light? That actually makes a lot of sense if you do, and is a parallel to how we gave you light in the start of 6.x. And also a parallel to how Golbez has given ether to others.
Light? But how?
This is proof that I believe in others, and they in turn believe in me. A light that illuminates the way in darkest despair.
Hey. I can't scroll lock the text box away, but this could be a good thumbnail, maybe.
Be it
Just
in
thinking
a
about
ruined
it.
city locked in ice, or a world drowning in light, it was with faith in one another that life endured. I see it clearly now.
It was a dramatic shot, so it could work. Always gotta be thinking about thumbnail.
You think we are capable of the same?
Not in Dawn Trail though, because I'll just be using like key art or something so there's no spoilers. Like I do with other new games. Anyway.
It won't be easy. Having lived too long as Voidsent, we've forgotten how to trust.
That is the most smiling Zero has ever been. Right there.
But one thing is certain. If Zeromus succeeds and everyone dies, we'll never have the chance to try. You asked me to join hands with you once, and I refused. I cannot take back that mistake. But I can extend to you the same offer. We can be better than we have been.
Wow, the light is growing. Ah, he remembers now. The fade to white thing is happening again.
Of course. You were the Memoriat we met all those years ago. Yes, I remember now. We hoped you would join us in our quest to end the Contra Memoria. But you rejected us outright. It left both of us discouraged. Golbez most of all. If we could but overcome the fear that has shaped and divided us, we could change everything. Even in the midst of that terrible war, he never stopped believing in others. Not even at the end.
You're Golbez now. If you would live up to his name, then you must trust in people as he did.
I cannot forgive what you have done to my sister, but she may yet be saved. If you can help us see her safely home and protect the source, then...
As Zero's friends, we should gladly share what knowledge we have to help you restore the Void.
Justinian does not have a thing to say about this.
You truly believe the world of old can be ours again?
Maybe he will in a second, I don't know.
I do. So long as we work together.
Anyway, meanwhile... Nod.
We will disperse Zeromus's essence once more. The instant we do, you must call to Ajdaya.
Understood.
No, the hat! Oh, and the scythe, apparently.
Zero!
And all of... Oh no. That's not good. Probably. I don't know exactly what happened, but it seems bad. Well, this sucks.
The suffocating darkness, like that of the rift. Impenetrable, disorienting, untethered, and drifting further away.
Be strong, Zero. Don't give up.
There's Justinian's contribution.
Hold fast to yourself. Look to the light within.
Okay, hold on. We have to get every unit in the army to tell Zero to come back to life now.
Your place isn't alone in the dark, Zero. Not anymore.
Sucro said something too, probably. Sucro used a healing spell. It might help. It's starting to get really noticeable how little the main character is allowed to do in cutscenes. Though Zero is kind of the main character of this part, in some ways, you could argue. Definitely a main character. Very important to the story. You can do it, Zero, or are you alright, Zero? You okay over there? I can't see the HP bars in the cutscene.
You needn't worry about me. With this power from beyond the rift, I can do it. I can save everyone.
Is there gonna be like a blade of light on the end of the scythe? It's gonna be cool. Wait, Zero's doing the Dark Knight to Paladin thing. Hey! Ha! They did work it in there somewhere.
Golbez, if you would make amends, then lend me your strength.
They worked in the Mount Ordeals somewhere. You know, that makes a lot of sense, actually. And she was shown as a paladin before. Okay, I did not expect Paladin 0, even though she was shown with a sword and shield before. But that makes a lot of sense, I think.
Ashdaya! Hear my voice and return to me!
I know that there are people who don't like 6.x, but I think it's really good overall. Oh, Vritra, there thou art. I'm coming, brother. I'm coming. Yay, Ashdaya. Are we gonna solve the other problem? We need to solve the other problem.
Zeromus makes to resurrect.
Not if I have anything to say about it. No more, fiend!
Hey, that looked cool. Yeah, like having like a heroic Reaper would have been neat, maybe. That's true, but overall, I really like 6.x. I think this is cool that they worked in the whole someone becomes a paladin thing somewhere. Also, her paladin outfit's neat.
You're safe now, Ashdaya. You're safe.
Dynamis.mp3. Oh wait, Zero, you don't have a hat you can tip anymore. Oh no.
To my sister, I shall offer up the eye in this vessel.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We dragons bring forth progeny with our very life force. That which my eye harbors should be enough to grant her corporeal form.
Wait, it was juicy? It looked like a regular Memoria to me, did I not see? Oh wait. You just mean there's a lot of darkness within it. Okay. A lot of darkness juice. Or something.
Of course. This means I shall no longer have control over this vessel. I must ask you escort Ashdaya to the surface in my stead.
I feel like we shouldn't risk using this Memoria crystal as a power source. That seems like a risky move.
We came to bring her home, and we'll do just that. You have my word.
Determined.
Thank you.
I'll do whatever I can to help once I'm out of a cutscene. I promise.
At long last, we shall be together again.
Ashdaya, but small. Yeah. Did we just leave this here? Or... Merry Zeromus and a happy new Ajdaya to you as well.
Where are you going?
Good question.
Our world may yet be restored. I thought it an impossible dream once, but having witnessed your miracles, I cannot help but believe. Nevertheless, I
did do that.
am the villain who wrought this tragedy. And in my misguided crusade, I compounded my sins.
I did, in fact, do that. Hold on. Merry Zeromus, everyone. Sometimes I'm silly. You might know that, though. That's Tella's beard, by the way. Tella is also visible in the design of Santa on the gift bag. Anyway.
My place is not at your side.
Regardless of how you may feel, by lending me your strength, you've made amends. You've earned a new beginning. It's up to you what we become to one another.
Gasp.
What we couldn't do yesterday, we might still do today. Working together. And should we want for strength, we need only rally more like-minded souls to our cause.
I feel like, yeah.
So let's take the first step. The two of us.
I feel like Golbez would probably do okay at convincing a lot of Voidsent that they could do something to change the world for the better. He seems somewhat persuasive. And like he's got a bunch of power and so on. He's sort of in some sort of position of authority, kind of. And now we resurrect the four fiends, but they're good instead, and they're the four friends. And then we have a funny sitcom about Golbez and the Archfiends living in an apartment together. I've already seen Varshan safely to Vritra. Many would be heartbroken if their little brother failed to return home. Small. Not small. Never again shall we be parted, sister. Never again. That Ajdaya lives is a miracle made possible by the unique nature of the world. Of the void. Ah, yes, the ether transmitters. I shall leave with 0. The ether transmitters I shall leave with 0. They will be of more use in the 13th than in the source. Also, the another moon music is gone. Weather is still vacuity. Hey Zero, what's up? Never did I imagine that the light I bore could bring about such change. As our domains are shaped by our innermost desires, perhaps this is a reflection of the hope that had quickened in my heart. You came to the 13th to rescue Ajdaya and protect your world. Our meeting was happenstance, and our association one of mutual convenience. Yet you and yours always treated me with kindness. As a friend. And Through your friendship, I've found a new beginning. I am forever in your debt. Would you like some baked eggplant? Hey, that's actually like current useful food item. For tank. I still have some of that. This reminds me that I forgot to use my healer food, which is caviar right now. It should come as no surprise that Golbez has a means to travel between the moon and the star, of which we may avail ourselves shortly. But Zero, you don't have a hat to tip anymore. Zero, your hat. Oh, that makes sense. I hope there's a cutscene where Zero reaches to tip the hat and it's not there. Okay. I just looked up what the best in-slot food was and got some of it at some point. Aw. Adorable.
Words cannot well express my relief that we could rescue my sister, nor my gratitude to all of you. What of him, Golbez?
He felt it would be inappropriate for him to be present at your reunion with Ajdaya, and chose to remain down in the chasm. If you wish to hear an apology, however, I should be glad to drag him here.
Nay, that shall not be necessary. By his deeds hath he demonstrated his contrition.
I guess Zero is also in the sitcom The Four Friends as a recurring character.
So, what will you do now?
Zero is one of the sitcom characters where the audience applause sound effect plays when she enters the room. If it's that kind of
I've
sitcom.
learned much, journeying together with you. Experienced things I could never have experienced alone. Together with Golbez, I hope to do the same as we labor to restore the 13th.
Then I suppose it's farewell for now.
Probably we'll meet Zero again in an expansion or two after Dawn Trail.
What you've learned of the Source and its reflections, as well as the true nature of light and dark.
It's definitely not farewell forever, and we're definitely going to return to this plot point. This is just like the Warriors of Darkness plot point that was returned to later.
He is as resourceful as he is determined, and will surely make the very most of the insights.
Indeed. Once we've gained a better understanding of the situation, I hope we can rely on your counsel.
But of course, I too shall continue probing new possibilities, the better to be of aid when the time comes.
To be fair, it would be kind of funny if this was never brought up again. But I bet it will be. Gasp? What are you doing, Y'shtola?
From ocean rise and cloud
Oh, you're doing the
form,
thing.
From mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Did you think of a better incantation yet?
Come forth, my servant.
Are you allowed to revise your incantations for that? Are you skipping the part that you don't like? It seems like you skipped it. An abridged incantation. Okay, so what are you doing this for? Questioning head tilt.
I revised the incantation, which is not to say you know how it went before.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair. So you can revise it.
Are we clear?
Abrupt comedy moment. Surprise. Anyway.
Nidana provided me with spare warding scales, which apparently provide greater protection than before.
The squeaky toy sound effect with the nodding is quite something. Bloop.
This should keep the familiar safe. So long as you give the Nixie ether from time to time, it will persist and serve as a beacon for us to find you.
Oh, so we've specifically installed a way for us to be able to find Zero again in the future. It sure sounds like we're going to find Zero again in the future, doesn't it? This makes it make even less sense about how people were saying that this would never be relevant. We've deliberately installed a familiar of we can go back here. Here's your funny commemorative
Already we find
little guy.
ourselves with a new ally. Thank you.
And yeah, the Japanese incantation was also silly. I have heard it. It is something like that.
When you have the chance, please thank everyone for me. Those in Razatan, Garlemald, Sharlayan.
Yeah.
The first and on the moon.
That's a lot of people to
list.
think. Yeah, exactly. Smile. You made so many friends, Zero.
A gift for Reen. In return for the light she helped me harness. It's the Memoria holding Zeromus.
Oh, that's actually really smart. Using the darkness to help the first. I mean, it could still backfire because Zeromus, but, you know. It does seem like there's a lot of contrarian people, but the thing to always consider is that that's like a small and loud section of the audience. It is by no means like the majority or anything. It's important to remember that. That's usually the case with this sort of thing.
If used to augment darkness in the first, it may help to create balance between our worlds.
An excellent idea. Similarly, why not entrust the Archfiend's Memoria to Zero?
In that case, I shall pass them on to Golbez, to inspire and admonish him in equal measure.
Now that Golbez is somewhat redeemed, Zero's apparently going to make fun of him at all times. Prank him a little bit, in her Zero's specific way of doing so. Just like, hey, remember when we killed all your generals? Because you had generals because you were evil? I'll see you again, right? Or the 13th is in good hand. Or you should know about Unukalhai and Silva. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Hey, you should know about these other people from the 13th I've met, actually. Never had a good time to bring it up before?
What? There are others from our world who seek to restore it. Then please tell them this. Though we are worlds apart, in our shared objective, we walk as one.
Nod. Handshake time. Yay. Ah, I missed. Oh, I missed.
Sad though it is to say farewell, 'tis past time
It's fine.
we returned home. Pray, climb upon my back.
Alright. I guess you're gonna stay here on the moon because you just have a moon to ground device somewhere. Yeah, I can get that later if I really want to. Something about Sucro rising out from the bottom of the screen, looking mildly concerned. I'm gonna have to...
Till we meet again.
Hey, do you think we're gonna meet Zero again later? I feel like the game is like... I feel like the game is yelling that we're gonna get back to this plot point later into a megaphone at this point.
No matter where we are, or how much time passes, our bond will endure. This I believe.
This is the truth. This is what I believe. At least for now. But yeah, I think they've made it abundantly clear that this is gonna continue at some point. They were surprised by Zero's popularity? Huh. See, that's... Oh, hey. Just floating? That's further proof that the people complaining about it are a relatively small group. Because I don't hear people, like, rushing onto the internet to be like, Zero's really cool. But then again, I've only, like, I don't actively search out stuff for this game that often. And I'm going to try to not look at Reddit. Sometimes I just have only my phone and need something to look at, but yeah. Urianger and the Loporits are to be commended for ensuring that the seal held fast. That is true that a lot of... Again, it's probably not, like, that many people, all things considered, but it is true that some people get mad when there's new stuff and old stuff. I've actually seen more people complain that they're tired of the old stuff and want new characters, but yeah, also probably a small group. There are people... I've seen people complain that the Scion should leave the story at this point, and so on. To think this all began with a simple treasure hunt. Gods, I could sleep for a week. So basically what we've learned is that people will complain about anything loudly, but like, the people who aren't complaining aren't gonna be loud about how they're not complaining, I guess. Pity there was no need to employ our combat supporters. Still, everyone is safe and that's all that matters. It is throwing me off how much more detailed Sucro's shadow is than every other shadow. That's probably going to be something they address in the graphics update. We have awaited your return with bated breath. As should be apparent, naught of note occurred in your absence. Did I speak to Y'shtola? Yes. Did I speak? Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh, welcome back, everyone. While you were away, a rent in the fabric of reality suddenly appeared. Through it, we could observe you locked in furious battle with Zeromus. Oh, cool! You got a free live stream of it. By the time it closed up, we'd seen your victory. Well done, by the way. But we couldn't breathe easy till we knew for certain you were safe and sound. And here you are. Thank heavens. Dare I hope Azhdaya is safe too, and Zero? Nod. In a word, yes. Though we could not return Azhdaya to her original form, Vritra granted her a new vessel using one of his eyes. Her circumstances are unique, but it nevertheless gives me hope that there may be a way to save other Voidsent. As for Zero, she's chosen to remain in her world and do what she can to restore it. Ah, so the light of hope shines again amidst the darkness. Hers is an admirable dream, and I pray that she hops and skips her way to making it a reality. I cannot imagine Zero hopping or skipping. Perhaps our research into environments capable of supporting life would be of use in the 13th. Oh, now there's a thought. A day may come when the people of the Source and the 13th work hand in hand.
Are you understanding that this plot point will be revisited yet? Is this clear now?
In anticipation of this, we must accumulate even more useful technology. And I must inform Jammingway as well. I spy an opportunity for the last dregs to expand into the void. Huh. Mention of the Omicron quest, because I did those. Oh. Donating Way tipped $1. Thank you to Donating Way, whoever you are. That's very funny. I have a suspicion as to the people who that could be. But I appreciate it. Thank you. But don't let us detain you with our cavalcade of brilliant ideas. We'll see that the gate is closed and the seal deactivated, so go home and get some rest. That includes you, Urianger. As thou dost command, pray convey our gratitude to the Watcher for his timely assistance. 'Twould seem Vritra is preparing to depart. Come, let us descend to the Tower of Babel. Upon arriving in Garlemald, several cutscenes will play in twould be meet to inform Euless of our mission's outcome. Let us seek him out at Tertium. Nod. God, if anyone ever says, once we do this, I suspect several events will occur in sequence, so be ready. That would be so funny to me. I suppose we'll just have to rename our Void-Sent Slaughterbots now. A shame. The name just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Still, it was a joy to be of aid to the people of Aetheris again. Wouldn't it be grand if we could make it possible for people to spend time in the void without protective talismans? I bet if anyone could, it's the Loporrits. That seems like a thing they could do. Also, while we're at it, why don't we have like Talking Way broadcast to the void? Can we do that too? I think it was Talking Way was the name. Hey, what's up? 'Tis you. What news of your mission in the void? The fact that you've come all this way can only mean there have been developments. I'm all ears. Talking Way. Yeah. Let's broadcast the radio show into the void while we're at it. Okay, we're gonna...
Oh, it's you again. Is everything all right?
We're gonna go back to the first and find Gaia there, probably. That's when that's gonna happen. Got it. Explaining the events.
So you were able to rescue Ashdaya. Thank the 12.
Can't do that anymore, I'm afraid. I mean, nod.
Channeling light from the first was rather ingenious. It may fall short of cross-rift travel, but it's still an impressive achievement in my book.
You're too kind. Suffice it to say, though, that I don't intend to rest on these laurels. There's always more to be done.
Zero stayed in the void, did she? Well, if I had known it would come to that, I would have said a proper farewell.
Zero took your words to heart, or Zero sends her thanks. She's real thankful for what you said.
Thanks for what? I don't recall doing anything in particular for her. On the contrary, she's the one who risked life and limb.
You gave her boots. And also taught her about emotions more.
Still, I'm glad that she got something out of her time here.
You said inspiring things.
Things will change for the both of us.
What do you mean? The days never go forward. It's been 5 years since the calamity.
some things will remain as they are.
Sometimes we just help without realizing it. Yeah. I think I've done that a fair number of times.
As far as I'm concerned, Zero will always be a friend and comrade. And I will never forget her.
And she will definitely be relevant in a future expansion. Did you get the message yet?
If she's working tirelessly to restore the 13th, it wouldn't do to be outdone here. When next Zero visits, we must see to it that you have a shiny new Garlemald.
When next Zero visit, they really are just saying Zero will return in the next episode of Final Fantasy Z or whatever. Like every other text box. How did anyone get the impression that this would never be relevant again? I don't get it. It's so funny.
Indeed. And speaking of rebuilding, there's a matter I'd like to discuss with you and Alphino.
Gasp and questioning head tilt?
Word has spread of our dealings with Razat Han, and people are excited by the prospect of standing on our own 2 feet again. Naturally, it won't be straightforward. It never is. But on the whole, I have a good feeling about things.
In other words, it may be time for us to limit our involvement, that Garleans might take the lead. I can see the sense in that.
No, that's not what I meant at all.
Roller Coaster Tycoon crowd.wave.
Seeing as things are going well, we want you to take a rest. A proper rest. That's what I wanted to say on
Everyone
behalf.
take a freaking nap. Please. Have the vacation episode that's an expansion, and also you end up fighting against each other for some unknown reason that's not yet known, but will be known eventually. Gasp.
You've done so much for us already. Toiled beside us in the cold for far longer than anyone could ask. You've earned a reprieve 100 times over. So go on. Step away from here and head wherever you like. But if it were me, I'd choose somewhere warm.
If the division is just them not being able to agree on what kind of tacos they get, does that mean that Graha Tia chooses the third, like, revelation path where he gets both of the tacos? And then he somehow ends up in the kingdom where you can't say anything about the kingdom unless you're in the kingdom? Introducing the new crossover raid series with Fire Emblem Fates. I would explode instantly if that happened. Like, parentheses negative. Did you know that Fire Emblem Fates has bad writing in it? Anyway. Crowd cheering. Yeah, go somewhere warm, yay! Okay, there are people who jump off cliffs sometimes.
I was thinking of taking a break anyway.
I would be wary of a Fire Emblem crossover because of the way modern Fire Emblem kind of is at the moment. Also, Fire Emblem Fates would be a really weird one to pull because it's not the current thing.
Far be it from us to go against such a heartfelt request. Though I would be lying were I to say matters here wouldn't weigh on our minds.
Now, like, older Fire Emblem would probably fit in decently.
We could take a leaf out of Zero's book and roam about for a while. Maybe visit nations who share little history with Garlemald. Look for opportunities to foster future relations. We might learn something of recent foreign affairs that has escaped our notice.
We might... Oh, I don't know. go to Mericidia, the southern continent, and learn all of its present state of affairs? You know, maybe. Just a thought.
As an independent party, we would be well suited to the task. An excellent idea, Alize.
It would be interesting if that suddenly happened in the middle of Dawn Trail, because they're talking about it now. Oh, we're definitely going to visit the fabled golden cities of the New World.
Well, that hardly sounds like a rest at all.
To us, it is the best kind of rest. Stimulating and meaningful.
If it's settled, then let's return to Sharlayan and consider our options. What about the rest of you? Do you have any plans?
I'm gonna wait till the next patch. A third-party game with 4 prominent bosses. Now, the specifics of 4 prominent bosses might make it difficult. Also, third-party. Like, I could probably think of other Square Enix properties that had 4 bosses. Clearly, it's time for the Pikmin raid series, where we fight against creatures such as Emperor Bulblax.
We're indebted to Lord Fortuneau and his colleagues for their cooperation. 'Twould be meet to report on the outcome of our mission.
Pokemon has the Elite Four. That's true, but those also usually have a champion. Which is a 5th person. Nod. That can be Phase 2 in Elite Four Savage of the final
And
boss.
It seems we are all bound for Sharlayan. Upon arriving, let us seek out Atheles at the Rostra and have her notify Father.
Who? Well, okay. I might just be thinking about Pikmin and Fire Emblem because I've recently watched streams of them. But also I was saying some nonsense about Vritra liking Pikmin earlier. And also I'm thinking about playing a Fire Emblem in the future on the stream, so... Gotta sort your inventory. Arbitrarily sometimes. Father has many demands on his time, but I should hope he can spare us a moment. Why doesn't Sucro simply pilot the robot into the void? Having been away for so long, it might be nice to stay a while, if only to set Father and Mother's minds at ease. It cannot be overstated how invaluable Lord Foshino's cooperation was. We must thank him profusely. Without further ado, let us attend to business. I've lost count of how many times I've come here, but it's apparently enough that the immigration officials no longer interrogate me. Small blessings, eh? Oh yeah, they set up everything for the trials to be the 4 fiends, and then half of them aren't. But like, I do like how it was structured. Wait, aren't you the Scions of the 7th Dawn? Or were, rather, I understand you've disbanded? Well, we have some stuff to talk about, I guess. An audience with Lord Fortuneau. You're in luck. The forum is just this moment adjourned, and he's still inside with the Skull-Ark. Please wait here while I inform them of your presence. Apologies to have kept you. I trust you won't object if Skarlak Monteshane also attends. Portiono doesn't get to have voice acting. My incorrigible children, were you not assisting with Garlemald's reconstruction? Our hosts are most insistent that we take a rest, so here we are. But more importantly, Sucro has news that she would share with you. So the threat has passed. These are glad tidings indeed. Harnessing light from the first, a technological triumph that could have ended in catastrophic failure. But let us not dwell on hypotheticals. Like the ether from the Isle of Ham, you employed the light for peaceful, albeit unanticipated, purposes. Knowledge exists to serve the greater good, as my father was fond of saying. I'm inclined to agree in this instance. It has been established that world-ending crises in the reflections are connected to calamities in the source. As such, the strides you've made in understanding the nature of and affecting a change in a reflection may one day prove vital for mankind's preservation. The Forum will be eager to review your accounts thoroughly, for every drop of water serves to swell the great river of knowledge. Might we prevail upon you to prepare a comprehensive report, Y'shtola, on the subjects of the Void and cross-travel both? It would be my pleasure. Nod. And yeah, I liked all the 6.x trials too. I had some trouble with reading some things going on in Pandemonium, and I definitely had a lot of trouble reading Mists of the Realm, but that was like new designers and stuff, so maybe that makes sense. We will share these tidings with those who aided you, Kokol Dankol not least of all. Now if you'll excuse us, we must be on our way. I should be glad to speak with you both later. Gasp. Nod. If I heard correctly, it seems you've saved the world yet again. Guess so. I look forward to telling my father of our efforts in Garlemald. He will have sage counsel to offer, I'm sure. You're of course welcome at our home. Mother, for one, would be thrilled to have you, but I won't twist your arm if you have other matters to attend to. If I didn't know better, I'd say Father Dearest is warming to us. I've no interest in sipping tea at the family estate again, though. Drinks at the tavern, on the other hand. Although Master Louis Soir hath left us, he liveth on in his teachings. 'Tis gratifying to see that Master Fortuno, too, hath come to acknowledge the wisdom in them. Hey look, it's the patch name. With that, our obligations here are concluded. Phone call. Oh, Nidana, what news from Thavnir? They've returned then. Wonderful. Rest assured all is well with us too. Is that so? We would be honored, of course. I shall relay this to the others. A great feast will be held at Radzatan to celebrate Ajdaya's homecoming. We've all been invited. I'm afraid my sister and I must decline. We've only just returned home. To leave again so soon would be inconsiderate to our parents. Nod. Nod. With regret, I too must excuse myself from attendance. A prior commitment requireth that I remain in Charlian for a time. Let not our absence deter you, however. Pray enjoy yourselves to the fullest. I have no plans in particular, so you can count me in. I may as well visit the Radiant Host while I'm there. Nod. How about you, Sucro? Far be it from me to turn down free food, least the me thing I could say. I got something I gotta deliver to the first. Ah, of course, the Memoria Crystal. Would be remiss of us not to deliver it promptly to our friends. Nod. Also, if they are to transfer light and dark between worlds, they will need command over the Crystal Tower. In which case, I shall give you my spirit vessel to take again. When you arrive in the Crystarium, the sentry at the tower should be able to round up everyone for you. Once you've seen to matters there, come and join us at Megaduta. Give everyone our regards, you hear? Nod. What prior commitment could Urianger possibly have? Which reminds me that... I mean, we're not quite in post 6.5 territory yet. But I bet there's at least some number of NPCs that are worth going and seeking out and speaking to in the post 6.5 world. Unless that's not real until after 6.55. Or that could be a separate thing. This etherate pranks me every time. The teleporter where you have to look up to use it. Also, it's raining. Mr. Sreen is still in the ocular. Very good. If you'd care to head inside, I shall send for Captain Lena and Beklug at once. I skipped most of that because I thought it was the same dialogue, and it was mostly the same dialogue. Oh, I forgot Thangren mentioned that.
The king has already shared what they glimpsed in the source. The day is won, and the danger past.
Oh, right. We haven't called on Feoul recently. We're gonna get killed.
Hearing the tidings lifted a great weight from my shoulders. Never before had I taken on such a monumental request.
Small though it was, we are glad to have played a role in saving the Exarch's home. And yours. Furthermore, the endeavor served to reaffirm the bond between the peoples of Norvrant. Nurturing this bond, we will strive to be an example for the world Zero aspires to restore.
Smile. I have this. It's really powerful.
Is that a Memoria crystal? I can feel it. The tremendous darkness within.
Be responsible with this, please.
Using darkness from the void to restore balance to this world. If such a thing could be done!
Well, well. Though night has returned to our world, darkness cannot arise of its own accord, much less in abundance. But if it could be brought here, in like manner to how we channeled light to the void, it may well be possible to restore the empty in its entirety.
Nod. 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 Nod.
Do you still have that spirit vessel with you? If so, I beg you loan it to me for a time. I would use it to investigate a way to have the tower receive rather than send energy.
Sounds useful. Nod.
thank you. I shall commence my work at once, in concert with Unu Kalhai, and rigorously explore the possibility.
Another mention of Unakalhai.
I too need to explore new possibilities for my powers. My recent experience at Nabatha Reng has taught me that. To that end, I will set aside botany for a time, and focus instead on myself.
That's kind of a funny sentence without context, too. Alright, I'm done looking at plants.
Zero is out there, doing her utmost to restore her own world. It inspires me to redouble my efforts.
Friendship ended with plants. I am my new best friend. Nod.
There you are.
There you are. Same to you, Gaia. Crowd cheering, sound effects,
I
etc.
waited and waited, but you never came. What have you been doing here?
Has Gaia not been voiced before this point? I think she had like a... I feel like she had like a few voice lines in a fight or something, but I might be misremembering. Third time, okay.
Gaia!
Where's the coffee biscuits?
Oh.
Howdy!
Do I know you?
What? Don't tell me you've lost your memory again. Gaia's doing a bit. We promised to go for coffee biscuits, remember? Did we? I think we did. Well, we promised to go for coffee biscuits, probably.
Ugh. I never agreed to anything of the sort. Besides, coffee biscuits are old news.
What?
I'd rather try something else.
Gaia, one of your character traits has changed. Revolt! No.
What? I thought you liked them too. Well, no matter. The second serving has something for every taste. So let's just go.
Gaia, are you doing a bit or two? Nod, nod.
Enough about that. What were you talking about?
You know, that's fair. That is entirely fair of her to say. It's just funny.
Harnessing darkness from the void. Now there's an idea.
I want to know what she says if you do
Of course,
say,
if you're
did
dealing
you
with
lose your memory
darkness, reading
again?
alone won't cut it. Next time, call on me as well, alright?
The cruelest thing you can do to your character is to specify their favorite food. That tracks. Yep. I'll keep that in mind if I ever try to, like, write a light novel or something, which I'm thinking about trying to do. Do not specify anyone's favorite food. Got it. Nod. Come to speak with Rhine, have you? Well, don't keep her for too long. I was planning a trip to Ilmeg, but knowing how devious the Fae folk can be, I asked her to join me. I also wouldn't mind visiting Amarat someday. It's been on my mind of late, and it would be interesting to see where those two lived in the time of the Ancients. If only once. If I had Gaia's help, I wonder if I could take darkness in the same way Zero took in light. I am curious what Gaia says if you say, don't tell me you lost your memory again. Because I feel like she's doing a bit, but I don't know for sure. For so long I was loath to trust in others, fearful of my research being misused again. That it may serve noble ends comes as a relief. I shall spare no effort to restore balance between light and dark. It was a mighty struggle, but I had faith that you would be victorious in the end. And I doubt not that the people of Norvrent will cheer when they learn that the Warrior of Darkness managed to save her home. I know you are a busy woman, so don't let us keep you. Rest assured that we will continue the work we've begun. The Crystal Tower is to be used for research. It may be prudent to bolster its security. It is the Exarch's legacy, and we must spare no effort to keep it safe. And yeah, I'm guessing also that... Okay, Gaia was voiced in 2 of the Eden fights, that's what I thought. But also, I'm guessing that Gaia simply does not show up if you haven't done Eden, probably. I'm assuming. Yeah, that makes sense. It's cool to see Gaia again. Mistress Funk, you honor us with your presence. Though I am but a humble servant, I offer you my heartfelt thanks for rescuing the satrap's beloved sister. But without further ado, the great feast to celebrate this joyous occasion is about to begin. The venue is Merid's Mayan, and you are a guest of honor. No several cutscenes warning has happened recently. It's just something I was thinking about, I guess. Oh yeah, that guy. That guy who drank too much. And the kid too. I did notice the dancer style dancers. Dancer is a job from Thavnir, so that makes a lot of sense. Oh.
It cannot be.
Oh no, you've drank too much also.
Oh, Vashan, my darling little brother. To think that I will never see you again.
Not quite.
The way you carry on, anyone would think he was actually your brother.
They can make a similar
Save
vessel.
your tears now. His Excellency still has one of his eyes. And he has made it clear he intends to continue using his vessel. You'll see Varshan again. Never fear.
Truly? But will it be the little one?
Personally, I prefer the adult vessel. It cuts a gallant figure and has superior functionality besides.
Bah, I don't care about such things.
You gonna fight over which
My
Varshan is
little
better?
brother is little and adorable.
Yeah, alright.
Sisters, give me strength.
'Tis a fine thing being so loved.
Sucro's here too. Gasp. Now she's over there.
Had enough of the revelry, have you? So, what's next for our hero?
Sleeping for about a month. Until I can do the epilogue of this.
No need to decide just yet. You'll recall our escapades in the Void began with a treasure map I paid entirely too much gil for.
Yeah, the elephant people are neat. That is true, Stinian.
You can't force an adventure. It'll happen when it happens. And you'll know when the time is right.
Because they'll
Till then,
announce it.
It's good to lend an ear to others and their tales. And speaking of others...
Discussing each other's plans, are we? Alas, I have nothing exciting to share. I foresee an extended confinement in my Sharlayan chambers, compiling my theories on cross-rift travel. My research may be classified, prohibited by the powers that be. But so long as a bond exists between people, ever shall our worlds be connected. As it stands, a means to travel to the first is within reach, and I would be satisfied even should my research not exist in an official capacity. And what of you, Estinian? Have you any plans?
Oh, he's already elusive jumped out of the scene. Did he jump out of the window again? Yes, if this counts as a window. He's always doing this.
He never was one to stay put for long, though I've no doubt he will make himself known when needed.
Nod. Non-ominous shot of the moon. Oh, they're practicing. Other dragons also heard, I guess. Oh, is it time for everyone to yell? Hell yeah. I love yelling, said some random dragon somewhere. 'Twas a lively feast, was it not? And it impressed upon me once again how dear Vritra is to his people. Well, as much as I should like to linger, 'tis past time I took my leave. If you mean to depart as well, I suggest you call on Vritra before setting out. And before I forget, thank you. For everything we learned and for everything we accomplished, I couldn't be more grateful. Till next time, take care. That is true, dogs are like that. So surreal to be like doing the last Sucrose stream until mid-January. Like, it's been kind of surreal this whole time, but I'm thinking about it more now because I'm near the end of it, presumably. Vritra's friend, I thank thee. Ajdaya regards you with keen interest. Sucro, I hope you enjoyed the festivities. To be able to celebrate Ajdaya's return with everyone was moving beyond words. Lest you wonder, I've chosen to use this vessel for now, the better to escort my sister about Radzatan. This leaves my true form without an eye, but I do not anticipate having need of it in the immediate future. Long have I dreamed of showing Ajdaya my beautiful city, a glittering jewel born of unity, and I shall relish every moment of it. Now then, I believe both Y'shtola and Estinian have embarked on their respective journeys, but have you yourself business elsewhere? If not, you are welcome to remain here for as long as you like. Should aught of import arise, we will inform you, but until such a day arrives, I bid you take your ease. Ajdaya custom delivery. I could see that happening, yeah. I could definitely see that happening. Meanwhile, in Old Charlian, Kryle finally opens the dang letter. Yep.
Everything appears to be in order.
Kryle remembers to check her mail and finds all of the bills that she needs to pay.
Oh, finished at last.
The new class is Tax Wizard, because Kryle has to do her taxes now.
So time-consuming. How nice would it be to have a mammoth to handle such tasks?
How nice would it be if the next class was Puppet Master?
Now then, let's have a look at you.
Interesting envelope. It's got some sort of...
old, this letter. We'll need to store it carefully.
I cannot identify what that is on the seal. It looks like a creature of some kind, maybe. Yeah, I think I've heard about this already, unfortunately. But I don't know the specifics. Letter. Gasp!
Addressed to grandfather. And come all the way from Tuliolal. From a Gulu... someone.
Tuliolal? Gulu? I'm guessing this is from the New Worlds of Dawn Trail. Because Gulu sounds like a, like an Amalja name? I don't know if it's the Amalja that I'm thinking of, actually. Tuliolal has been in... Okay, I forgot about that. Anyway. Shake head.
Oh, the ink's too faded. Hardly anything is legible.
You should have read it earlier, Cryle.
Come on, give me something.
Use your ether vision to see the ether ink, if you have that.
A commission to investigate the Golden City. In Tural.
Yep.
How odd. No one ever mentioned such a commission, nor have I seen any records.
Adventure is beginning. Somewhere.
Something else in here.
Clover.
What an unusual earring. How does it relate to the petition, I wonder?
So, yeah, I had actually heard that she found a clover-shaped charm. I didn't know the specifics of what it looked like. I think I did know prior to that there was some hint about something with Cryle. Many people have taken this to mean Green Mage is the next job. Or the caster job. I suppose I could see that, given that it's green. I mean, it could be something completely unrelated. Clearly, because it's a clover, it alludes to Final Fantasy Tactics A2, where Luso has a clover in his design, but Luso is just a soldier, so clearly it's related to a different unique class from that game. And the next important character with a unique, class in that game is Adele, who can become a Heritor, so therefore, Heritor is the mage. If that was right, that would be very funny. But, yeah. It looks like the green mage cards in the trading card game. Like the Final Fantasy card game? I don't remember any green mages having any clover symbols in any context. But the only green mage I actually know is like the Tactics A2 one. Though actually, since Green Mage was in Tactics A2, the Luso Clover connection that I made up is possibly real. I don't know. God, Lednar Twim. That freaking guy. The staff on the Vieira Green Mage art in A2 has a clover look. I'm looking. Oh, it is kind of shaped like a clover, now that you mention it. It's like an abstract clover. I can see what you mean. Oh, there is also a clover on the cloak. There's a three-pronged leaf on the cloak in this art. I should put this on screen. WebP, no! The new job abbreviation is WebP, and it's unusable in any context. Okay, so this is the trading card of Green Mage, which uses the concept art of Green Mage. But yeah, you can see like the staff kind of has a clover-like shape with the 3 and the end of it forming that. And also there is a clover on the cloak. And there's like a vine-like pattern on the bottom of the dress, I guess. So they do kind of have like a plant aesthetic, like a subtle one. And I never noticed that before. The mace Kryle uses is a white mage staff, though. But like a white mage can equip that. That's a model that exists. But yeah, green mages do use maces and stuff. And like the actual green mage effects. Let me actually look up like a list of green magic. I should specify Final Fantasy. Probably. Just to give a brief overview. In A2, they have like Protect, Shell, Trank, which raises accuracy because it's like I forget the name of the specific sniper drug. Leap, which raises move and jump. Blind, Oil, which is like a combo with fire. Diazepam, yeah. Green Mage has Diazepam spell. That's very funny now that I think about it. Silence, Sleep. So they're in their A2 incarnation, they are defensive and offensive status effects. Basically. Many of which were white magic or black magic before, probably. But then in future incarnations, they go on to have a few different other things along with those themes. Like they have, let's see. In Brave Exvius, they have stuff like Bar Fire, which is a silly name. It's fire resistance. Bar Blizzard, blizzard resistance. Bar Stone, Bar Arrow. They also have stuff like De-Protect and De-Shell, which are debuffs to enemy defenses. So they're like the status effect wizard, basically. I would expect... I would not be surprised if Green Mage was dot-based, because they do have poison spells in some cases, I think. And also, like... they removed the dot mage to change summoner to be an actual summoner. Okay, yeah, in Final Fantasy XII original, poison was green magic. But not in the Zodiac version, apparently. They also have stuff like Drain and something called Decoy. Distracts enemies to a different target. Okay, so they have Shirk, but as a spell. Or not really, it evades a single ranged or magic attack. That could be a defensive cooldown, you can do that. Is Siphon like... okay, that's Osmose. So they have like Drain and Osmose stuff. They have a lot of like secondary black magic and white magic stuff. And hey, they did remove Protect from the healers. They can give it back to the Green Mage. That would be funny. But yeah, what else they got? Aura. Auto life and regen. Yeah, that makes sense. Imperil. Or Imperilga. Gives the Imperil status. Which increases the target's elemental susceptibility, so lowers magic defense, but in a different way. Wait, Delight'ra? They have a spell called Delight? I don't know what that does. Oh wait, no. It's because it goes with like Defire and stuff. Yeah, some of these spells and things were in 13 as well, I think. They also have Dispel in one game, and Ruin, funnily enough. But yeah, Green Mage seems likely now that I've realized those little things about the design and whatnot. And that's exciting. I always liked Green Mage for some reason. I think just because it was a weird job. Like, I didn't, like, use it that much, but I liked that there was a Green Mage. For some reason. Anyway. Now that we've heard this very short loop for a million years.
Did you go there, grandfather? To the Golden City in Tural?
Green magic, eh? So I think Aya told me at some point that it had been a job I speculated as a possibility. I think I did that at some point for Green Mage, I guess. And I think I also randomly speculated things like Saboteur from 13, and if they take that route for Green Mage, they could incorporate 13 stuff a little bit. So maybe I'm right in more than one way.
After making a show of leaving.
Yeah, sorry, Aaronville. We have to film the trailer for Dawn Trail. We needed you back. Ah, this is the mysterious legs that people have talked about.
Charlene.
I've also seen people discuss that there were mysterious legs.
Quite a far cry from Tuliolal, yes?
Many people were saying this is clearly a female Hrothgar.
Let's go and find your candidate, our adventurer friend.
The shot of, like, we really don't want to show you what these legs are attached to. Introducing the new playable character, Just Legs. Let moonlight kiss this darkened shore as seaward drifts our gaze once more. Legs go, Mega Man. Oh. I was expecting to be blasted with credits, but maybe that'll be after 6.55. For others to follow. Growing light. Okay. So, now what? Razatan, home. I want to go around and see if there's, like, people to talk to, I think. When my sister has strength enough to fly beyond the clouds, I would share with her the beauty of Thavner. We will soar the skies by starlight as we did in our youth and gaze upon its natural splendor. I've caught up with the main story. God, it says to be continued right there. That's so weird. Anyone happen to know if, like, there's people around to speak with anywhere? That could also be a post 6.55 activity. So here's a question. Oh wait, I never changed the background back once we got off the moon. Hold on. Boop. So here's a question for the final streams of Endwalker that will happen after 6.55 releases. The 6.55 portion of the main story quest is probably not going to be this long, but I don't know how long it will be. And consequently, I am wondering what order to do the remaining tasks in, which are Hildebrand, Tataru, 6.55. Do I save 6.55 for the very last thing that I do? Before 7.0. I am unsure. I guess it's a question that's difficult to answer now, because we don't know what 6.55 is. Well, there's not really much filler to do. We're just gonna do, like, all of Hildebrand and then all of Tataru, or vice versa, and then 6.55, I guess. There isn't a need for filler at any point, I don't think. Unless you mean, like, for the future? But I'd rather do it now. Well, if 6.55 being the very last thing makes the most sense, then Tataru or Hildebrand first is the other question, I suppose. Fair enough. I mean, I was just wondering if I should, and then multiple people suggested it seemed correct, so it seems correct. By the way, I have actual gil now, like 2.281 million. Tataru's grand endeavor is short. Hildy will be more than one stream. Interesting. I also have to figure out what to do if I stream more between now and 6.55. I have a few ideas, but it probably shouldn't be anything super involved because that might not be very long. Like one of the things I want to stream in the future is Fire Emblem Echoes Shadows of Valentia, a blind playthrough. But starting that now would be silly because it would take longer than the amount of time I would have, probably. There's a recent RPG called In Stars and Time that seems good, that I might want to stream. There's some stuff I had ideas for before and haven't gotten around to yet, like Toho Luna Nights and Deedlit and Wonder Labyrinth, that I kind of want to play at some point. There's various other millions of ideas that I've had. I'm always open to hearing more ideas, if anyone has suggestions. By the way, I think I showed this upgrade of the cabin before. Level 5 island. As you can see, I'm very close to max sanctuary rank. But now we also have upgraded workshops and such. So there's some more stuff to show. And upgraded granaries, I think these are. Also, we can build a church because why not? This is the sanctuary. You can just build a nice building. Behold. Did I check the crops and stuff? Probably. I think part of me is reluctant to end the stream because that means Sucro has to go away for a bit. I mean, I can keep playing on my own, of course, but Sucro's important. I can never find the dang farm unless I just go to it through the ground route for some reason. It's over here. Once the island sanctuary reaches rank 20, there will be more fashion to try, I think. That would be funny. I suppose it's also a viable option for me to simply take a break from streaming until 6.55 if I need to. Because I have been dealing with a lot of like hand pain and stuff lately. I'm also interested in streaming several Phantasy Star games. There's so many things. But yeah. If you're wondering what the warning sign is over here, it's because I don't have enough sweet potatoes. And there's nothing I can do about it. Anyway. Not enough yams. You must construct additional yams. Anyway. This has been Final Fantasy XIV 6.5 Growing Light. And I'm caught up on the main story for right now. That's surreal. The first... Let me double check my facts that I found the other day. The first Sucro stream was on September 7th, 2021. And including this one, there have been at least 125 streams of Final Fantasy XIV. That's a lot. That's pretty good. And even though the most views any of the stream VODs have on YouTube is the first one at 64, which is not very many views. I freaking streamed all of Final Fantasy XIV's main story. That's kind of, and like a bunch of the side content. That's kind of an accomplishment, I guess. So that's cool. Yeah, I guess you could call it a Let's Play. But yeah, this has been Final Fantasy XIV. Sucro will now take a nap until the patch. Or something. And I may or may not find something else to stream between now and then, or I might just chill for a bit. But yeah, I guess I could also do a reaction to the Fan Fest if I wanted to. That's an option. But anyway, thank you all for watching. I appreciate it. As usual, the plug that I feel obligated to do. Yeah, rest easy, heroes. BorealRobin.card with 2Rs.co is where you can find various links and all that stuff if you want. You can also choose to follow or subscribe here if you want. None of that is mandatory, but I would appreciate it. And with all that said, yeah, thanks for watching. Have a good rest of your day and or night. And I'll see you for whatever the next stream is, whenever that happens. Good night, everyone.